Chapter 2478. Cold winds rustled in the air. The sorrowful atmosphere quickly infected the entire Cave of Annihilation. One could vaguely hear the sound of sobbing within the Cave of Annihilation. Even the heavens were grieving for Li Ruohong. The son of the first wife of the Li family had outstanding talent. Everyone had thought that he was the hope of the Li family. Even the upper echelons of the Li family had thought so. However, when Li Ruohong had stood out among the younger generation and made a name for himself in the chaotic void, Li Ruochu had emerged from the Li family. A woman who had forcefully made a name for herself in the Li family. She hadn't cultivated as long as Li Ruohong, but her potential had far surpassed the latter's. Li Ruohong's rise to prominence had caused Li Ruohong's status in the Li family to drop significantly. However, Li Ruohong had never given up. He was a son of the Li family. He could give up everything for the Li family. It could be said that in Li Ruohong's heart, the Li family of the godly sword heaven was his home. However, he hadn't been able to return to the Li family until his death. He had been banished by the Li family because of Luo Yunyang. Now, he had been laid to rest here because of Luo Yunyang. Fang Chen closed his eyes in pain. He hoisted Li Ruohong's body over his shoulder and dragged his heavy footsteps out of the Cave of Annihilation. 3 days later, Fang Chen arrived at the old site of the collapsed Nine-Dragon Mountain. He stood on a huge rock and looked down. The surroundings were a mess. This was the place where Li Ruohong's fate had changed. It was also the place where he had forged a deep friendship with the former. "Brother Li, I'll bury you here." Fang Chen put down Li Ruohong's body and quickly dug a big hole to bury him. When the last bit of dust covered Li Ruohong's body, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. His scarlet eyes stared unwaveringly at the pile of dirt. He had prepared a tombstone long ago and inserted it into the ground. "Your lifelong wish was to return to the Li family. Although you've fallen now, I, Fang Chen, swear that while I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you back to the Li family in a dignified manner. I will even get the approval of many of the Li family's upper echelons to bury you in the Li family's cemetery." Fang Chen stood in front of the tombstone and said each word. Li Ruohong's death was a huge blow to Fang Chen. He stayed with Li Ruohong at the old site of Nine-Dragon Mountain for 7 days and 7 nights. After that, he resolutely turned around and left. "Son of Sirius." Fang Chen was dead. After asking around, he found out that the heavenly wolf Holy Sun was hunting down a woman in green all over the world. After receiving the news, Fang Chen took a shortcut to kill the son of Sirius. The son of Sirius had been the most depressed in recent days. Damn it. He was only a profound heaven realm martial artist. How could he be so fast? The son of Sirius was very confused, but he still chased with all his might. "You can't escape." After chasing for more than 10 days, he finally caught up. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Qingqing brought Asayama censure to a mountain peak. Rip. The void was torn apart, and the son of Sirius whizzed over. He stared at Bai Qingqing and said coldly, "Run." "Why aren't you running anymore?" Bai Qingqing's expression was grave. Asayama censure said, "You go first. I'll stay behind." Bang. The son of Sirius clawed at Asayama censure, leaving a few bloody marks on her body. "Both of you stay." For a moment, the 2 women were in danger. "Stop." A few voices came from the foot of the mountain. They were Bai Xian's disciples. After receiving the news, they had been following the son of Sirius and finally arrived before he attacked. After they reached the peak, they looked at the son of Sirius with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, "Son of Sirius, please let junior sister go on account of my master, Bai Xian. Junior sister Qianyang is master's favorite disciple. If you attack her, master will not let you go." Scram. The heavenly wolf Holy Sun roared when he heard that. He waved his claws, and a terrifying force forced them back. "Mph. If Bai Xian was here, I might have given him face. Trash like you want to use supremacy Bai Xian to coerce me?" The son of Sirius didn't want to kill them and only asked them to scram. However, if junior sister was in danger, how could they sit back and do nothing? "Son of Sirius, don't go too far." Rip. The son of Sirius pulled hard with his claws and left a few bloody marks on Asayama Sensh's fair arm. So what if I'm going too far? The son of Sirius said arrogantly. Junior sister, let's go. They looked at each other and then roared angrily. At the same time, a shocking force erupted from their bodies and rushed toward the son of Sirius. You can't even withstand a single blow. The son of Sirius's eyes were full of ridicule. Rip. He waved his claws and tore one of them into pieces. Then, he waved his claws a few more times and instantly disintegrated their attacks. Miserable screams came out from their mouths. Seeing this, Asayama Sensha closed her eyes in pain and burst into tears. However, Bai Qingqing pulled her and quickly left the mountain peak. Crack. A few people who were struggling at death's door still wanted to stop the son of Sirius, but what responded to them was sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples under Bai Xian, except for Asayama Sensha, had died. You can't escape. The son of Sirius looked at Bai Qingqing's disappearing figure with a playful expression. With a thought, he turned into a shadow and chased after her. After a long while, Bai Qingqing was forced into a dead end again. Run. The son of Sirius sneered. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha kept retreating and stared at the son of Sirius warily. At the same time, Fang Chen was also rushing over. Son of Sirius. When the latter attacked Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen had already arrived. Swoosh. In the distant sky, Fang Chen was suspended in mid-air. The star-hidden sword was like a rainbow that rushed into the sky and slashed out. The 11th move of the Azura swordsmanship burst out. The majestic sword light pierced through the void and shot toward the son of Sirius. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and the entire sky trembled. Rip. In front of the son of Sirius, a vortex like a black hole appeared. Then, the star-hidden sword burst out from it. Crack. The extremely sharp star-hidden sword, with a shocking force, fiercely slashed the son of Sirius's remaining claw. The sword struck and the wolf claw fell. Blood splattered in the sky. The son of Sirius let out a miserable cry. Swoosh. A long rainbow covered the entire sky. Fang Chen stepped on the star-hidden sword and appeared in front of Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha like a god of war. His scarlet eyes stared at the son of Sirius. Fang Chen. Seeing this, Asayama Sensha's face was full of complex emotions. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. It's you, bastard. The son of Sirius cursed in pain. As the holy son of the werewolf clan and the 8th expert on the profound board, why are you so cruel? Fang Chen asked calmly. Li Ruohong is just an ordinary warrior on the profound board. In your eyes, he is like an ant. You won't let such a person go? Humph, anyone who dares to offend the werewolf clan deserves to die. The son of Sirius said, Li Ruohong colluded with you and openly opposed the werewolf clan. It won't be enough for him to die 10,000 times. Fang Chen stepped out and came in front of the son of Sirius. Li Ruohong is my brother, but you killed him. Tell me, how should I treat you? Bai Qingqing, who was behind him, trembled. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale and she kept shaking her head. A sad aura shrouded her body. That kind of trash, killing him will only dirty my hands. The son of Sirius said, and you not only offended the werewolf clan, but also the noble son of darkness. So what if you have great potential? In the end, you still can't change your fate. Fang Chen shook his head. You're really a dog. You, the son of Sirius was furious, but after thinking of Fang Chen's incredible strength, his eyes flickered and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Fang Chen didn't give the son of Sirius a chance. His heart was filled with killing intent. With the hidden star sword in his hand, he was like a peerless sword god, incomparably dazzling. The sword chi surrounding his body soared into the sky like a dragon and a rainbow, and its momentum shook the sky. From now on, I will fight the werewolf clan to the death. Fang Chen said, and you, son of Sirius, I declare your death sentence. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being the enemy of the werewolf clan? The son of Sirius sneered. Whoosh. The hidden star sword whistled and slashed out. Seeing this, the son of Sirius's body surged with a dark luster, desperately resisting. Catcher. The hidden star sword cut through the son of Sirius's defense like cutting tofu. In my eyes, you are not even comparable to an ant. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2479. Wrath of the Heavenly Wolf. The son of Sirius roared angrily. The violent power around his body whizzed out, desperately resisting Fang Chen's attack. However, it was to no avail. The sword light that erupted from the hidden star sword was too powerful. It was so powerful that the son of Sirius's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Catcher. The sharp hidden star sword cut through the son of Sirius's defense. The latter's face finally became dignified. No. The son of Sirius wanted to shift his body and then dodge Fang Chen's attack. Unfortunately, the latter was attacking in anger. How could he let him escape so easily? Puff. Another fierce and overbearing sword light ruthlessly pierced the son of Sirius's body, piercing through it. Die. Fang Chen said coldly. His palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword pierced the son of Sirius's chest. Dong. A deafening sound rang out. The next moment, the son of Sirius's head directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spewed out in the air. Shio. The hidden star sword issued a cheerful sword cry, as if telling its master that he had avenged his great hatred. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen stared at the son of Sirius's body that had already decayed. He suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed the son of Sirius's heart, and threw it into the Sumeru ring. Brother Li, I have avenged you. As for your wish, I will help you fulfill it. After saying that, Fang Chen took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and turned to look at the two women. When Fang Chen and the son of Sirius were fighting, Asayama Sensha was very worried. But now, her face was full of shock. She never dreamed that the guy who was inferior to her in the past would reach such a level now. On the other hand, Bai Qingqing had always supported Fang Chen. She was also very clear about Fang Chen's strength. Seeing the son of Sirius fall, her heart did not fluctuate too much. She only smiled at Fang Chen. Thank you for saving my life. After a moment of shock, Asayama Sensha finally recovered from her shock. She walked gracefully to Fang Chen and bowed to Fang Chen with her small white hands. Asayama Sensha, you don't have to be like this. You were captured by the son of Sirius because of me. I still have to apologize to you, Fang Chen said. Asayama Sensha shook her head. Even without you, with the character of the son of Sirius, he would not let me off. Asayama Sensha still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Let's leave here first. Fang Chen said and then left with the two girls. The news of the son of Sirius's death had not yet spread. However, another piece of shocking news quickly swept through the entire Cave Ming Mountain. After the shocking battle between the Son of Darkness and the jihadists, the Son of Darkness was the one who was defeated in the end. This news caused a great sensation. The Son of Darkness was a master ranked 5th on the profound ranking, while the jihadists were only ranked 6th. Moreover, everyone knew that the Son of Darkness carried the most powerful weapon of the Blood Clan, the Sword of Darkness. The Sword of Darkness was very compatible with his bloodline and could greatly enhance his attack power. However, even so, he was still defeated by the jihadists. Everyone was in disbelief. On a mountain peak, the Son of Darkness was panting and his face was a little pale. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Sword of Darkness lay across his knees and lay there quietly. Occasionally, it would emit a trace of dark light. Damn the jihadists, how dare they sneak attack me? The Son of Darkness roared in his heart. This time, he had underestimated the strength of the jihadists. He also did not expect that the jihadists had taken the last step. His attack power had reached an incredible level. However, although the jihadists' strength was beyond his imagination, he could still barely suppress the latter with the Sword of Darkness. However, no one expected that the jihadists would take out a treasure at the critical moment and forcibly suppress the power of the Sword of Darkness. This made the Son of Darkness's heart tremble. What is it? Recalling the scene of the battle with the jihadists, the Son of Darkness frowned and pondered. That treasure is too powerful. It can actually suppress the Sword of Darkness. This matter must be reported back to the clan, the Son of Darkness said in a deep voice. Just as he was pondering, there was a sudden vibration in the Sumeru ring. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. The son of Sirius has fallen? The Son of Darkness's face was gloomy. In the Beast Pagoda, Fang Chen threw the Son of Sirius's heart into the mark of the demon tiger and beast. Buzz! A powerful aura was released from the mark and instantly swallowed the Son of Sirius's heart. The many fire spirit beasts on the side were full of greed. Roar! Suddenly, a loud cry came from the second level of the Beast Pagoda. Fang Chen was overjoyed and quickly went to the second level. At this moment, the second level was filled with colorful light. A violent power swept across the entire land. In the center of the storm, the six-feathered sky sparrow was soaring and transforming. Master! The three-eyed bear king came to Fang Chen's side and explained to Fang Chen. After listening to the latter's explanation, Fang Chen instantly understood. The six-feathered sky sparrow's potential was very strong. In addition, it was infected by the demon tiger and beast's aura and consumed a lot of cultivation resources. It was time for it to advance. As the six-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings, the entire second level of the Beast Pagoda trembled. It consumed a lot of energy. Fang Chen noticed this detail and thought to himself. He found some energy resources from the warehouse in the Nine-Dragon Mountain and threw them to the six-feathered sky sparrow. After the six-feathered sky sparrow swallowed them, its energy recovered and it continued to transform. The entire process lasted for about a month. A month later, the one standing in front of Fang Chen was no longer the six-feathered sky sparrow but the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Their race could eventually evolve into the nine-feathered sky sparrow. However, it had been a long time since a nine-feathered sky sparrow had appeared in the chaotic void. In the current situation, the eight-feathered sky sparrow was already considered one of the best in this race. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion and even lead to a bloody battle. Many mysterious God Realm honorables would probably be drooling over the eight-feathered sky sparrow. Master! The eight-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings and transmitted its voice to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. You just evolved. Consolidate your power. Master, when are you going to let us out to fight? It's so boring here. The three-eyed bear king giggled. Cultivate well. There will be a time for you to fight. Back then, he couldn't even control the Beast Pagoda. But now, Fang Chen could control the Beast Pagoda as he wished. He had even trained an army of demonic beasts. Although most of the beasts were in the mysterious Heaven Realm, if they joined forces, even a mysterious Qi Realm warrior would be crushed in minutes. Fang Chen's goal was to let them out when they all entered the second level and reached the mysterious Qi Realm. By then, with so many beasts practicing a battle formation, they would be able to threaten the top 20 experts on the mysterious ranking. After leaving the Beast Pagoda, Fang Chen's mood was obviously much better. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha were chatting happily, as if they were talking about something happy. What are you talking about? Fang Chen asked. Seeing this, the two women stood up. Bai Qingqing said, We're talking about something interesting. Fang Chen, you killed the son of Sirius. The werewolf clan will definitely not let you go. Asayama Sensha reminded him. Don't worry. No one was there when I killed the son of Sirius. Without sufficient evidence, what can the werewolf clan do to me? Fang Chen said. Besides, he had completely offended the werewolf clan because of the wolf god Slough. Why should he care about what they thought? The son of Sirius was fully responsible for Li Ruohong's death, so he had to die. The Son of Darkness seems to be very angry about the death of the son of Sirius. Asayama Sensha glanced at Fang Chen and whispered. I heard some news from the other Sky Prides. The Son of Darkness seemed to have been defeated by the jihadists. Asayama Sensha said, I thought that he would hide and concentrate on cultivating. Who knew that not long ago, when he heard the news of the son of Sirius's death, he was immediately furious and pushed all the blame to you. Fang Chen already knew what Asayama Sensha meant. She was a little worried that the Son of Darkness was looking for him. The Son of Darkness? Fang Chen said nonchalantly. The Son of Darkness is very strong. Seeing Fang Chen's nonchalant look, Asayama Sensha emphasized, although the Son of Darkness was defeated by the jihadists, You can't underestimate him. Fang Chen didn't have much thoughts about the Son of Darkness. Instead, he was very interested in the jihadists. If I'm not wrong, the jihadists should be from the jihadists clan, right? I heard that this clan is born to be belligerent, and the more they fight, the braver they become. They have a secret technique to cultivate battle intent, which is very terrifying, Fang Chen said. There were countless legends about the jihadists clan in the Chaos Void. But the most popular one was the secret technique to cultivate battle intent. In a battle between experts, sometimes the strength of battle intent could completely turn the situation around and change the overall situation. Seeing Asayama Senchi's expression, Fang Chen shrugged and said helplessly, "Don't worry. If he wants to kill me, he will have to pay a high enough price. The Son of Darkness is not as simple as you see on the surface, and Dark Cave Mountain is not what you see now." Asayama Sencha continued, "The supreme treasure that appeared in Dark Cave Mountain this time is related to swordsmanship. The Son of Darkness came with the Sword of Darkness to find that supreme treasure. Once he finds it, we will all be in trouble." In Dark Cave Mountain, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and sword chi was like a rainbow. Everyone said that the supreme treasure that appeared this time was related to swordsmanship. "The Sword of Darkness?" Fang Chen murmured. Even profound God Realm sovereigns were attracted by the supreme treasure in Dark Cave Mountain. It wouldn't be that easy to obtain it. The mystic Light Realm sovereigns hiding in the dark hadn't made a move yet. They were the most terrifying opponents in this trip to Dark Cave Mountain. The Son of Darkness wasn't much of a threat, and Fang Chen could even ignore the experts on the profound ranking. Only the mystic Light Realm sovereigns were invincible in this dimension of Dark Cave Mountain. Thinking up to here, Fang Chen thought of the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman clan. "I have to think of a way to kill them all." Chapter 2480. In the vast chaos void, in a land of nothingness, in the territory of the werewolf tribe, there were 5 huge stone platforms. The 5 wolf gods were like statues, quietly sitting on top of them, motionless, accepting the worship of their people. Below them, countless werewolves in the vast territory of the werewolf clan were worshipping. Crack. A token in the 5th wolf god's hand shattered. He suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying ray of light. "Is he dead?" the 5th wolf god said, a trace of anger appearing on his face. Suddenly, the sky above the werewolf clan's territory was covered by dark clouds. "No one is allowed to lay a finger on my remains." The 5th wolf god's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Then, he stood up, waved his hand, and tore the void apart, disappearing into the black hole. "The wolf god has appeared." A trembling voice came from below. After the 5th wolf god left, the other 4 wolf gods opened their eyes one after another. 5th wolf was too impulsive. You can't blame him. His remains were destroyed by a weakling, and he has repeatedly obstructed the werewolf clan's actions. This time, even the son of Sirius died. How can 5th wolf not be angry? The 4 wolf gods chatted one after another. Suddenly, their minds trembled. Immediately, the 4 of them stood up and looked at a certain spot in the void with burning eyes. "5th wolf, come back." The 1st wolf god secretly transmitted his voice. His voice rippled through the void like waves, spreading rapidly. The 5th wolf god, who had already left, was called back. "The blood ancestors' matter is more important. Let's go to the dark kindred first," the 1st wolf god said. Just a moment ago, the blood ancestor had summoned them to discuss important matters. "Let's go." The 5 wolf gods went to the dark kindred together. Inside Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen and the 2 girls were looking for the inheritance treasure. Before they knew it, they had come to a mysterious valley. This valley was like an otherworldly paradise. There were delicate and beautiful flowers all over the mountains and plains. The valley was also lush, and the origin power was so thin that it could not be sensed. No matter how one looked at the valley, it was an ordinary valley. The 3 of them entered the valley and surveyed their surroundings. "What a beautiful valley," Asayama Sencha said. "That's right. Wouldn't it be great if I could live in seclusion with my beloved forever in such a paradise?" When she said this, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen with a smile. The latter pretended to be ignorant and ignored him. Asayama Senchi's red lips parted slightly as she said, "Fang Chen, Qingqing is a good girl. If you miss her, you won't be able to find her again." Fang Chen's face darkened. "How long have you two known each other? You're trying to pull strings for her?" Fang Chen hurriedly walked into the depths of the valley. He had killed the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the Xian ranking. But now, he was in such a sorry state. Seeing this, Asayama Sencha smiled faintly and looked at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing calmly followed Fang Chen. After reaching the depths of the valley, Fang Chen's face became more and more solemn. "What did you find?" Bai Qingqing asked. Fang Chen shook his head. "I didn't find anything. Because of this, it's even more suspicious. There was the Heavenly Master Sea in the south and Immortal Cave Mountain in the north. This was not an exaggeration. One could imagine how dangerous a forbidden area that was as famous as the Heavenly Master Sea was. Since entering Immortal Cave Mountain, one could feel that the origin energy here was hundreds of times more than that of the outside world. However, in this elegant valley, the origin energy was so thin that one could not sense it. There must be something that interferes with our perception, or a treasure that completely covers up the aura of the origin energy in the valley," Fang Chen said. The origin energy was the most basic and the purest power in the chaotic void. This kind of power was a very important component that formed the chaotic void and even helped the heavenly way operate. Ordinary treasures could not cover up the aura of the origin energy. Therefore, Fang Chen ruled out this idea. Interferes with perception? Fang Chen frowned. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be a treasure related to the Soul Dao in this valley. Dong. Just as he was deep in thought, Fairy Chen Yang's cry of surprise suddenly sounded. "What's wrong?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. However, when he looked over, he was completely stunned. The cliffs around the valley were actually closing in. "What's going on?" Fang Chen was very puzzled. At the same time, he quickly came in front of Asayama Sencha. Boom! Mustering all his strength, he threw out a punch, striking the cliff that was getting closer and closer to him. Catcher! Unexpectedly, the cliffs only paused for a moment before continuing to close in. The power of Fang Chen's punch was something that even a mysterious Star Realm martial artist would not dare to take head-on. However, the cliffs did not break after receiving his punch. What a strong defense! Fang Chen frowned. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the 11th move of the Azura sword art. Whoosh! The violent sword light, carrying the power of death, slashed the cliffs. Catcher! On the cliffs, stone fragments finally fell, but it still could not stop the cliffs from closing in. In the blink of an eye, the cliffs had completely closed in. Dong! Finally, a trembling sound was heard. In the next moment, Fang Chen and the other two were trapped in the darkness. Not good. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails tool spirit secretly shouted and reminded them, this valley itself is a powerful space-type treasure. You entered the valley and activated it. The space-type treasure was gathering and trapping Fang Chen and the other two. A space-type treasure? Fang Chen turned pale with fright. A space-type treasure that could withstand the full blow of the hidden star sword should at least be at the space-type chaos level or above. Even I was wrong before. This space-type treasure is tainted with the ancient god's aura. The tool spirit said in a low voice. The ancient god's aura covered the space-type treasure's own aura. At the same time, it also completely covered the aura of the origin power in the valley. Ancient god's aura? Fang Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. Rumble. As they spoke, the space-type treasure had completely closed, trapping them completely inside. But it's okay. The tool spirit probed and said, according to my probing, this space-type treasure should have been damaged like me. It has not been able to fully recover for a long time. Your trip into the valley just happened to activate it and completely seal it. But Master, you don't have to worry. It is now in a state of deep sleep and has no consciousness. It will not attack you. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Was there really an ancient god in Dark Cave Mountain? Fang Chen asked. In the past, he felt that the ancient god was an illusory existence. Although there were some rumors in the chaotic void that a few ancient gods were still alive in the current era. However, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Fang Chen always felt that the ancient god was too far away from him. And now, for the first time, he felt that the ancient god was not that far away from him. Dark Cave Mountain was tainted with the ancient god's aura everywhere. The more it was like this, the more shocked Fang Chen was. How powerful were the ancient gods that a trace of their aura could cause so much trouble? Dark Cave Mountain is far from as simple as you imagine. There are too many things involved, and I am not too sure. The tool spirit said, "Back then, Old Master found me by chance in Dark Cave Mountain. After that, he obtained some opportunities and broke through the cage in one fell swoop to step into the ancient god realm. As for the other ancient gods, I have never seen them. However, I have been in a deep sleep in Dark Cave Mountain for a long time and have sensed some powerful auras." The tool spirit said, "Although I am not sure whether it is the ancient god's aura, it should be similar." After Great Emperor Shu Xian stepped into the ancient god realm, he left Dark Cave Mountain with the tool spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail. "Then how do I leave now?" Fang Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. The space-type treasure's tool spirit is in a deep sleep. This is good news. However, because it has been tainted with the ancient god's aura, it is somewhat unrealistic to forcefully open a gap. The tool spirit analyzed. However, any treasure will have a certain flaw. "Master, don't be anxious. Give me some time. Once I find out its flaw, it will be easy to leave." Fang Chen nodded and waited quietly. He did not notice at all that a trace of formless aura was quietly approaching him. Chapter 2481. A space-type treasure was tainted with the aura of the ancient gods. All the clues were connected, and it was extremely shocking. Anything that had anything to do with the ancient gods would cause a bloodbath. Fang Chen looked around vigilantly, waiting for the artifact spirit to check. After a while, the artifact spirit spoke. "Master, this space-type treasure seems to be related to the demon clan." "Related to the demon clan?" Fang Chen frowned, and his heart skipped a beat. In the chaotic void, only the 5 major forces could be called major clans. Any major clan had the ability to dominate the chaotic void. The demon clan ruled all the beasts in the chaotic void. In every corner, in every space, as long as there were beasts, there would be the aura of the demon clan. The demon clan was not a single clan, but a collective name for all the beasts. For example, the demon clan in the innate world was just a branch of the demon clan. The 5 major clans were the Void Clan, the Holy War Clan, the Blood Clan, the Thunder Punishment Clan, and the Demon Clan. Although the Demon Clan was ranked 5th, its power was not to be underestimated. Even the other 4 major clans did not dare to provoke the Demon Clan easily. Since the human race and the Demon Clan were at odds, the Demon Clan had been fighting against the human race for countless years and occupied Budur Heaven. Only the major clans of the current era had the means to dominate the 10 super heavens. Although he had heard of the 5 major clans, he had little contact with them. Previously, Fang Chen had fought with the Son of Darkness. And now, this space-type treasure was related to the Demon Clan. "I checked it and found that this space-type treasure is very similar to one of your treasures," the artifact spirit continued. "Very similar? Are you talking about the Beast Pagoda?" Hearing this, the artifact spirit said, "Yes, the Beast Pagoda. This space-type treasure is many times more advanced than the Beast Pagoda. Its main function is to provide space, but it has been tainted with the aura of the ancient gods and has mutated. In addition, this space-type treasure should have belonged to the Demon Clan, so I concluded that it has all the functions of the Beast Pagoda." Fang Chen was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a Demon Clan's spatial treasure here. Among the 5 great clans, the Demon Clan is the most proficient in refining weapons. This space-type supreme treasure is very exquisite. "It must have been made by the Demon Clan," said the weapon spirit. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fang Chen asked, "Have you found a way to break it?" After saying so much, he still hadn't said how to get out. If they were trapped here forever and couldn't get out, then what was the point of talking about this? This space-type treasure's spirit is in deep slumber. You can try to use the beast-taming pagoda to gradually control the spirit, the mysterious heaven cone-nail spirit said. Then, he told Fang Chen the detailed method. The latter was a little worried. Are you sure it's okay? There's still some hope. After all, this belongs to the Yarrow clan. You're a human, so it'll be extremely difficult for you to control it. However, if you can control it, then the power of the beast-taming pagoda will increase greatly. Since things had come to this, he could only give it a try. Help me protect them, Fang Chen said. Whoosh! The mysterious heaven cone nail shot out from his body. Halos flickered and shrouded by Ching-Ching and Asayama Sencha. Then, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the beast-taming pagoda. Buzz! The moment the beast-taming pagoda escaped, many demon beasts were released. What's happening? Is a great battle going to happen? The fire spirit beast, the three-eyed bear king, and the eight-feathered sky sparrow all shouted. However, they were shocked to find that the space where they were was extremely oppressive. If they were careless, they would be crushed by the violent aura and crawl on the ground. What the hell is this place? The three-eyed bear king grinned and shouted. At this moment, layers of halos appeared around Fang Chen's body. In his palm, the beast-taming pagoda emitted a bright light. Buzz! Fang Chen's primordial spirit left his body and disappeared into the void with the glowing beast-taming pagoda. It must succeed. Fang Chen muttered to himself. When the beast-taming pagoda found the sleeping place of the space-type treasure's weapon spirit, it suddenly emitted spots of brilliance and began to disintegrate. This was what the mysterious heaven cone-nail's weapon spirit told him. After all, the beast-taming pagoda was just an ordinary space-type treasure. It could not be compared to the demon clan's item in front of him. If he wanted to seize the opportunity to control the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure, the only way was to disintegrate the beast-taming pagoda and use its essence to repair the damaged weapon spirit. Hiss! The beast-taming pagoda was slowly disintegrating. Meanwhile, inside Fang Chen's body, there was also an earth-shattering change. The mysterious heaven cone-nail's weapon spirit protected the two girls while watching Fang Chen. The disintegration of the beast-taming pagoda would take a long time. If he wanted to repair the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure, he would need even more time. It would take at least 30 to 50 years, or even a few hundred to 1,000 years. As time passed, Fang Chen was fully immersed in it. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, many things had happened in Mount Dongming. The powerhouses of the profound ranking had appeared one after another to crazily compete for the Sword Dao treasure. The rankings, which had remained unchanged for millions of years, had changed hands several times in the short span of 10 years. However, from the beginning to the end, the top 3 rankings had never changed. The first on the profound ranking was Shu Zichen, the heaven's pride of the Void clan, the number 1 clan in the world. He was good at the Tao of the Void and possessed the indestructible body of the Void. His speed was unparalleled, and no one could surpass his speed. His attack was also incredible. Even the Son of Darkness did not dare to fight against it. The second on the profound ranking was Lei Pu of the Thunder Punishment clan. His thunder punishment technique was even more amazing. Any martial artist who dared to provoke him could not withstand a single bolt of his shocking heavenly thunder. So far, no one had seen Lei Pu's full strength. The third on the profound ranking was Yarrow Yang of the Demon Clan. Originally, the fourth on the profound ranking was Tianjia of the Holy War clan. However, in the third year when Fang Chen was trapped in the spatial treasure, the Son of Darkness obtained the treasure and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He fought with Tianjia, defeated him, and successfully ranked 4th. However, the Son of Darkness only stayed in the 4th position for 2 years. In the 5th year, Tianjia obtained the treasure and soared to the sky. Finally, he fought with the Son of Darkness on a mountain peak. The battle between the two shattered the sky, the void collapsed, and a spatial storm appeared. This was the second battle between the two in Mount Dongming. In the first battle, Tianjia was stronger than the Son of Darkness. The Son of Darkness escaped with the sharp Sword of Darkness. This time, the Son of Darkness activated the Sword of Darkness to the extreme, and its attack power was even stronger. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. This battle was earth-shattering, and it lasted for an entire year. When everyone thought that both sides would be injured, Tianjia suddenly comprehended the last level of the invincible battle intent. His battle intent comprehension reached another level, and his strength increased by several times. He instantly crushed the Son of Darkness. After the heaven-shaking battle, the dark sword of the Son of Darkness was lost in Dark Cave Mountain and disappeared. The Son of Darkness himself was also severely injured. If it weren't for the arrival of the mystic light realm experts of the blood race, he would have died in the hands of Tianjia. After this battle, Tianjia was completely overshadowed by the Holy War. Everyone was shocked. The Holy War, who had always kept a low profile, was actually so powerful. The battles between the top 10 of the profound ranking were happening all the time. In the past 10 years, the most depressed person was the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan. The death of the son of Sirius had greatly affected them. In the past few years, they had almost searched the entire Mount Dongming, but they still couldn't find Fang Chen. It was as if the latter had disappeared. On a towering mountain peak surrounded by beast chi, a man in black clothes looked down at the ground with his hands behind his back. There was a trace of a smile on his handsome face. No one who saw him would think that he was the prodigy of the beast race, one of the 5 major clans, Yarrow Yang, who was ranked 3rd on the profound ranking. Stupid humans. Yarrow Yang's face was filled with disdain. The Sword Dao treasure of Mount Dongming is an opportunity, Yarrow Yang said. We can use this opportunity to kill all the human prodigies in one fell swoop. The first thing that came to Yarrow Yang's mind was the blood race. Originally, he wanted to use the Son of Darkness to kill the human prodigies one by one. However, the Son of Darkness was a piece of trash. He was severely injured by Tianjia and even lost his Sword of Darkness. Chapter 2482. That damned guy. Yarrow Yang was furious when he thought of the Son of Darkness. However, that hallowed warrior is really good at hiding. For hundreds of years, he has been suppressed by Sky Warrior, while he has kept a low profile. If the Son of Darkness hadn't defeated Sky Warrior, he might have kept a low profile. Yarrow Yang said. According to the witnesses, the hallowed warrior has already cultivated the invincible battle will to the highest level. The invincible battle will was a secret technique of the hallowed warrior tribe. It was a secret technique to cultivate battle will. In the hallowed warrior tribe, anyone who could cultivate the invincible battle will to the highest level could at least reach the profound god realm. They might even have the chance to reach the legendary ancient god realm in the future. Before this, Sky Warrior was the prodigy with the highest chance of cultivating the invincible battle will. Who would have thought that Sky Warrior would lose to the Son of Darkness, and the hallowed warrior tribe would silently cultivate it? With the invincible battle will, this hallowed warrior's strength is enough to threaten me. A trace of coldness flashed past Yarrow Yang's eyes. After being on the profound ranking for so many years, he was most afraid of the 2 people ranked above him. He had met Shu Zichen of the Void tribe once before. He didn't like the latter, so he fought with him. However, he didn't even see his opponent's shadow before he was defeated. News of this battle didn't spread, so the outside world didn't know about it. However, it was the most humiliating battle in Yarrow Yang's heart. As for Lei Pu, she wasn't as mysterious as Shu Zichen, but she had the strongest attack power. The moment the power of lightning punishment appeared, the world was shocked. Back then, when he fought with Lei Pu, he could only barely block 3 lightning punishment heavenly blades. It seems like I have to hurry up and find the Sword Dao treasure, then leave Immortal Cave Mountain, said Yarrow Yang. He vaguely felt that the appearance of the Sword Dao treasure in Immortal Cave Mountain was unusual. If he wasn't careful, he might die. Young master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures arrived at the foot of the mountain. How is it? Yarrow Yang asked without turning his head. That guy called Fang Chen seems to have evaporated from Dark Cave Mountain. Not only can we not find him, even the werewolves and vampires can't find him. Young master, although Fang Chen killed the son of Sirius, he is only ranked 8th on the profound ranking. Why do you care? That's right. If young master were to make a move, he would be able to destroy them with a single finger. Hearing this, Yarrow Yang snorted. What do you know? Fang Chen possesses the 10,000 swords flesh, and has cultivated it to an extremely high level. If I can devour him, the chances of obtaining the ultimate sword treasure will be greatly increased, and, hearing Yarrow Yang's words, everyone's eyes widened. Yarrow Yang's gaze swept over everyone before he continued. Moreover, he is far from being as simple as he seems on the surface. If we capture him, we will be able to obtain what we want. Don't worry, young master. As long as he's still in Dark Cave Mountain, he won't be able to escape from the clutches of our Yarrow clan, said one of them. Yarrow Yang nodded and smiled wickedly. If you discover anything about him, just inform the Dark Kindred. Yarrow Yang wanted to borrow the hand of the Dark Kindred to fight against the human race's prodigies. In 10 years, the outside world had changed a lot. In Moshation, the Azura sword Dao was now prevalent, and the Moshation sword Dao had long disappeared. Under the Spirit Void clan leaders' relentless efforts to spread the Azura sword Dao throughout Moshation, Xiao Huang and the other 3 had all broken through to the profound Qi realm. When the 4 of them joined forces, they could challenge a profound Star Realm expert. Gradually, the 4 of them made a name for themselves in Moshation. The former Qiu clan had long been reduced to ashes. Moshation was changing with each passing day. Just as Moshation was rapidly developing and prospering, a crisis was quietly approaching. In the center of Moshation, there was a huge ocean. Splash! On this day, the calm ocean suddenly surged with raging waves. The surging waves soared into the sky and wreaked havoc in the entire sky. Rip! Above the towering water pillar, a figure suddenly appeared. He stepped on the water pillar and spread his divine sense, surveying the huge Moshation. Soon, his face was distorted and filled with rage. Spirit Void Clan? The Qiu clan ancestor's heart was filled with rage. Back then, the Spirit Void clan didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Qiu clan territory. But now, the Spirit Void clan openly betrayed the Qiu clan, giving up the Moshation sword Dao and focusing on the Azura sword Dao. Betraying the Qiu clan was a crime punishable by death. Today, let me clean up the clan. With that, the Qiu clan ancestor's figure flashed and quickly arrived on the land surrounding the ocean. Spirit Void clan leader, come out and accept your death. Rumbling thunder spread through the void, shaking the entire Spirit Void Qiu clan. What's that sound? Who dares to cause trouble in my Qiu clan? You're courting death. How dare you shout at the clan leader? On the land, many Qiu clan disciples were discussing. And in the depths of the Qiu clan residence, a beam of light soared into the sky. The Spirit Void clan leader floated in the sky, stepping on a long sword. Azura sword Qi surrounded him as his dark eyes stared at the person in front of him. Who are you? The Spirit Void clan leader said coldly. He could already feel the powerful Moshation sword Qi from the other party. He guessed that this person should be a fish that escaped the net of the Qiu clan. Ha ha! The Qiu clan ancestor chuckled, his face full of mockery. It's only been 10 years, and you don't even recognize me? Spirit Void clan leader, you're so impressive. Speaking of this, the Qiu clan ancestor changed the topic and said coldly, do you remember that 10 years ago, you were worse than a dog in front of the main Qiu clan? And now, you betrayed the Qiu clan and joined the enemy. You abandoned the Moshation sword path and focused on the Azura sword path. And you're asking me who I am? The Qiu clan ancestor's words made the Spirit Void clan leader's expression change drastically. You're the ancestor? After all, the Spirit Void clan leader was once a member of the Qiu clan. He was forced to join Fang Chen because he had no other choice. However, since the Qiu clan was destroyed by the Iron Wolf of the Werewolf clan, he had made up his mind to follow Fang Chen. He had thought that everyone in the Qiu clan had died. Who would have thought that the ancestor was still alive? You still know that I'm the Qiu clan ancestor? The Qiu clan ancestor sneered. There's only one Qiu clan in Moshation. No matter what you do, you can't change the fact that you betrayed the Qiu clan. The Qiu clan ancestor spread out his hands and said, back then, the Qiu clan worked hard to build this empire, but in the end, you turned it into this. You're the sinner of the Qiu clan. Today, I'm going to clean up the clan and tear you to pieces. As soon as the Chou clan ancestor finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, a sword rapidly formed and blasted toward the Spirit Void clan leader. Dong. The Spirit Void clan leader's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used the Azura sword path to block. The two swords collided in the void, erupting with a deafening sound. In the ocean, shocking waves surged. Deng deng deng. The Spirit Void clan leader retreated a few steps. After stabilizing his body, his pitch-black eyes stared at the ancestor. Ancestor, you. The Chou clan ancestor took a deep breath, and a trace of determination appeared on his face. If I hadn't been injured back then and my cultivation hadn't fallen, I could have killed someone like you with one slap, the Chou clan ancestor said. But today, there's no point in continuing the battle. I can't do anything to you. But in 100 years, I'll come and take your head. With that, the Chou clan ancestor's figure flashed and disappeared into the vast ocean. The Spirit Void clan leader was a little worried. He rushed into the ocean to search for the ancestor. But no matter how he searched, the ancestor seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. After that, the Spirit Void clan leader sent the Chou clan cultivators into the vast ocean to search for the ancestor. After searching for a while without any results, he even asked Xiao Huang and the others for help. The four of them were very bored, so when they heard the Spirit Void clan leader's request, they immediately agreed. Don't worry. That old guy is heavily injured and must be hiding in the ocean. Wait for us four brothers to drag him out. Dongming Mountain, Mysterious Valley, Space-type treasure. The Beast Pagoda was still disintegrating as usual. Fang Chen was fully focused on controlling it, not daring to be distracted at all. However, he was completely unaware that a shapeless and formless aura had quietly drilled into his body. Hiss hiss hiss. This aura circled around his body and finally seeped into his blood. After the blood came into contact with the invisible aura, it immediately set off huge waves in Fang Chen's body. Dong. There was a sound of vibration. Fang Chen's body swayed, and the Beast Pagoda in the middle of disintegrating also swayed unsteadily. Chapter 2483. Soon, Fang Chen realized that something was wrong. His blood was actually moving restlessly. What's going on? Fang Chen was confused as he stared at his restless blood. Buzz. At this moment, the bloodline copper mirror he got from the Nine Dragons Mountain appeared. The bloodline copper mirror was used to nurture the bloodline. Fang Chen had never used it since he got it. Now, the bloodline copper mirror appeared automatically. This meant that there was something wrong with his bloodline. What's going on? Fang Chen vaguely felt that the restless blood had something to do with the space-type treasure. Decompose. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen continued to decompose the Beast Pagoda. The Beast Pagoda was about to be decomposed. Once it was decomposed, he might be able to control the weapon spirit of the space-type treasure. This was an excellent method. Whoosh. A drop of blood fell on the bloodline copper mirror and instantly dyed half of the mirror red. The power contained in the blood that had been purified by the bloodline copper mirror instantly erupted and went into the Beast Pagoda. Hey! Fang Chen was surprised to find that the bloodline copper mirror was helping him to decompose the Beast Pagoda faster. He was overjoyed and immediately devoted himself to decomposing the Beast Pagoda. He made sure that the restless blood did not bring him any harm. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The Beast Pagoda was decomposing very slowly, but with the help of the bloodline copper mirror, it was extremely fast. An hour was equivalent to decomposing a year's time. With this, Fang Chen was extremely confident. At this speed, the Beast Pagoda will be completely decomposed in a few months. Thinking of this, Fang Chen continued to urge his blood to drip on the bloodline copper mirror to speed up the Beast Pagoda's decomposition. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. With the help of the bloodline copper mirror, the Beast Pagoda's decomposition was extremely fast. After half a year, the Beast Pagoda was finally decomposed completely. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Then the tip of the last level of the Beast Pagoda gradually collapsed. Dong. The sound of vibrations could be heard continuously. Violent energy came out of the Beast Pagoda and went into the space-type true treasure. Wang. Fang Chen could vaguely sense a berserk energy that seemed to be in a deep slumber. He was sure that this violent power was the device spirit of the space-type supreme treasure. Fang Chen tried to communicate with the weapon spirit. The power of the beast pagoda had completely filled the weapon spirit. The artifact spirit felt a sense of familiarity. "Who?" the artifact spirit's voice echoed out. "I am, your master." Fang Chen was trying to deceive the artifact spirit, but it had an unexpected effect. Perhaps the artifact spirit had been asleep for too long, causing it to lose its intelligence. It had fallen into a deep slumber because it was heavily injured. It lacked power and was unable to awaken. But now, Fang Chen had disintegrated the beast pagoda. All the violent energy had seeped into the pagoda, making it extremely rich. Another thing was that the beast pagoda was essentially the same as a space-type true treasure. They both had the aura of the demon clan. That was why the artifact spirit felt a sense of familiarity. "Master," the artifact spirit's voice came intermittently. Fang Chen could hear that the artifact spirit's voice contained a trace of joy. However, it had been asleep for too long and was heavily injured. It would not be able to wake up for a while. "Your injuries are too severe. I will take you out of here." Fang Chen gradually began to instill in the artifact spirit the idea that he was its master. At first, the artifact spirit was indifferent. However, after Fang Chen's earnest instilling, the artifact spirit finally began to stir. "My blood can help you recover." Fang Chen felt that the time was right. He was secretly delighted and immediately said. A wave of energy spread out. Seeing that the artifact spirit did not object, Fang Chen hurriedly cut his finger. A drop of essence blood instantly dripped into the air. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the drop of essence blood disappeared without a trace. The artifact spirit took the initiative to absorb the essence blood and then refine it. Wang. Somehow, there was a connection between him and the space-type supreme treasure. It worked. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect to succeed so easily. The efforts of more than 10 years were not in vain. Open. Even the artifact spirit did not know that it had unknowingly dripped blood to recognize him as its master. After absorbing Fang Chen's blood, the artifact spirit fell into a deep sleep again. It felt a trace of warmth and gradually relaxed. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The space-type true treasure that trapped him opened instantly. Immediately, he waved his hand and put all the monsters into the space-type true treasure. Keep. With a thought, the space-type true treasure kept shrinking until it was the size of a thumb and went into the Sumeru ring. Wang. At the same time, a lot of information about the space-type true treasure emerged in Fang Chen's mind. After reading it, Fang Chen was shocked and nodded slowly. I see. This space-type true treasure was called the Demon Sealing Tower. Its effect was much more powerful than the Beast Taming Tower. It was said that the Demon Sealing Tower could seal monsters at the profound God Realm supremacy level. Unless an ancient god powerhouse intervened, no monster could break through the Demon Sealing Tower's seal. Great! Fang Chen was overjoyed. With the Demon Sealing Tower, his monster army could grow more easily. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and a smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! Fang Chen and the other two appeared in the valley. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing asked worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. This valley is too mysterious. Let's leave quickly, Asayama Sencha said. Bai Qingqing also indicated that they should leave first. Fang Chen nodded and did not tell them about the Demon Sealing Tower. Roar! Just as the three of them arrived at the exit of the valley, a series of beast roars suddenly came. What's going on? What a violent power! We seem to have encountered a group of monsters. The two women's faces changed drastically and hurriedly said. Only Fang Chen was calm. Monsters, huh? He muttered as his eyes glowed with golden light. In the blink of an eye, a vast horde of demonic beasts rushed in from outside the valley. The leading demonic beast was at the Mystic Light Realm. Behind it were many Mystic Star Realm monsters, and they stared angrily at Fang Chen and the other two. Humans, this is the territory of the beast race. You will all die if you enter. The Mystic Light Realm monster spoke in the human language. Is that so? Fang Chen shrugged and said, I feel that your strength is not bad. You can be my slaves. You're courting death. The leading demonic beast roared, and the demonic beasts behind it burst forth with violent energy. Instantly, monster aura filled the valley. All of you, back off. Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha retreated far away and looked at Fang Chen. Roar. Many monsters charged at Fang Chen. Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He stood there silently without moving. Just as the monsters were about to get close to him, he opened his palm, and the shifter ceiling tower appeared. The shifter ceiling tower continued to expand. Come. Fang Chen said softly, and the mystic star realm monster closest to him instantly disappeared and was sucked into the shifter ceiling tower. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the monsters behind him. Whoosh! The shifter ceiling tower opened completely, and a crazy devouring power surged out. One mystic star realm monster after another was sucked into the shifter ceiling tower. They couldn't resist at all. Shifter ceiling tower? How is this possible? The leading mystic light realm monster recognized the shifter ceiling tower, and its eyes were filled with fear. Not good. Thinking up to here, the mystic light realm monster quickly retreated and disappeared. Human, the beast race won't let you go. Fang Chen wanted to chase, but he realized that the mystic light realm monster had already disappeared. Whatever. Furthermore, Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha still needed him to take care of them. He had gained a lot this time. After taking in so many mystic star realm monsters, the strength of the monster army had increased once again. Unfortunately, the shifter ceiling tower was heavily damaged and hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, I would be able to take in these mystic light realm monsters with just a thought, Fang Chen said regretfully. Right now, the shifter ceiling tower could only use a portion of its power. Absorbing mystic star realm monsters wasn't a problem, but absorbing mystic light realm monsters was a bit difficult. Chapter 2484. In the Land of Darkness. The Son of Darkness was surrounded by an extremely dense power. His eyes were tightly closed as if he was cultivating. Crack. Suddenly, he waved both of his hands. Suddenly, a hand blade whizzed out and slashed at the void in the distance. The void distorted, forming a terrifying black hole. Slowly opening his eyes, the Son of Darkness spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Why can't I take the last step? There was a hint of helplessness on the Son of Darkness's face. After being defeated by the jihadists, his heart was filled with anger. The jihadists had already taken the last step, and he was stuck at the bottleneck, unable to break through. Now, the dark sword was also lost in Mount Dongming. The Son of Darkness was very anxious. The dark sword was the inherited treasure of the Dark Kindred. It was very powerful. The reason why he brought it in this time was to increase his strength so that he could seize the Sword Dao treasure. Who would have thought that the dark sword would be lost before the Sword Dao treasure appeared? I must find it. The dark sword was very powerful. With his strength, he couldn't activate it at all. Before leaving, the higher-ups of the clan used some means to seal the dark sword. Only then did he control it. Buzz. Just as the Son of Darkness stood up, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. Then, a cold murderous intent shot out from his scarlet eyes. Fang Chen? Just now, the Dark Kindred sent news that they had found Fang Chen's traces. You finally appeared. The Son of Darkness licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. Then, he took a step forward and tore through space. At the same time, on a mountain peak, Yarrow Yang, who was dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back. How's the matter? Yarrow Yang asked. Young master, don't worry. Everything is under your control, an old man said. As soon as Fang Chen appeared, our people knew about it and immediately sent the news to the Dark Kindred. Now, I'm afraid the Dark Kindred and the werewolf clan can't hold back anymore and have gone to find Fang Chen for revenge, right? Hearing this, Yarrow Yang nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Young master, the old man wanted to say something but stopped. Speak. Our people found Fang Chen in a valley. Before he came out, a large number of demonic beasts entered the valley. The old man said, but there were no obvious signs of battle in the valley, and yet Fang Chen came out unscathed. Yarrow Yang's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he turned to look at the old man. He pondered quickly in his mind. After a while, he asked in a deep voice, "You suspect that he has a powerful supreme treasure? Young master, do you remember the demon sealing tower?" The old man asked. The demon sealing tower. After hearing these 3 words, Yarrow Yang's expression finally became serious. "Are you talking about the venerable sinister dragon who betrayed the monster clan?" The elder nodded and said, "It's not strange for a mystic Chi realm cultivator to be able to kill a mystic star realm cultivator, but how could he be unharmed when facing a group of mystic star realm beasts and a mystic light realm beast leader? The only explanation is that he has some kind of treasure that can restrain demonic beasts." "Are you sure it's the demon sealing tower?" Yarrow Yang asked. "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be far off." The elder continued, "Back then, after the venerable sinister dragon betrayed the monster clan, he took the heavenly dragon pagoda and entered the immortal cave mountain. Not long after, the immortal cave mountain spread the news of the demon sealing tower. Back then, after the experts of the monster clan analyzed it, they confirmed that the demon sealing tower was the heavenly dragon pagoda that the venerable sinister dragon had taken away. However, the demon sealing tower had been modified by an ancient god expert and was tainted with the ancient god aura, so it was many times stronger than the heavenly dragon pagoda. It's said that the demon sealing tower can easily seal mystic god realm beasts. Unless it's an ancient god expert, no monster clan member can avoid it." The elder's expression changed drastically. After combining all the information, the elder was sure that Fang Chen had obtained the demon sealing tower. "Pay close attention to his every move," Yarrow Yang said. Fang Chen brought the 2 girls and strolled on the wasteland. He didn't know that his whereabouts had been exposed. "There's someone ahead," Bai Qingqing suddenly said just as Fang Chen was deep in thought. Looking up, there were more than 10 martial artists in front of him who were hurrying on. Originally, Fang Chen didn't care at all, but when he saw a woman in the crowd, he changed his mind. Divine Sword Heaven, Li family. The woman was Li Ruochu, the prodigy of the younger generation of the Li family, ranked 10th on the profound ranking. Seeing Li Ruochu, Fang Chen's heart turned cold. "Let's go and take a look," Fang Chen said. Li Ruochu and the others also noticed Fang Chen. Her eyes flickered with a complicated look, and she stopped in her tracks. Soon, Fang Chen appeared in front of Li Ruochu. "Li Ruochu," Fang Chen said. "I didn't expect you to still dare to appear." Li Ruochu sneered. It was impossible for a mystic Chi realm martial artist to leave the immortal cave mountain alive after offending the Dark Blood clan and the Werewolf clan. No matter how strong his potential was, once he died, people would quickly forget about him. This was also the reason why she chose to expel Li Ruohong. If Li Ruohong insisted on being with Fang Chen, the Dark Blood clan, the Werewolf clan, and the Tianqing Zong family would definitely not let him go. She was afraid that Li Ruohong's actions would affect the development of the Li family. "Why wouldn't I dare to appear?" Fang Chen asked in return. "Fang Chen, I admire your courage. But sometimes, courage alone is not enough," Li Ruochu said. With a cold snort, Li Ruochu turned and left with the disciples of the Li family. "Stop." Li Ruochu stopped in her tracks and frowned. "What? Are you going to stand up for Li Ruohong? If it weren't for you, would Li Ruohong be expelled from the Li family?" Li Ruochu said coldly. Fang Chen walked towards Li Ruochu step by step and said, "You are not qualified to mention Li Ruohong." Boom. Fang Chen's body emitted a violent power. "Fang Chen, you have already offended the Tianqing Zong family and the Dark Blood clan. Do you still want to be enemies with the Li family?" Li Ruochu threatened. Fang Chen was very strong and could kill the son of Sirius. She did not dare to go against him. Bang! Fang Chen punched Li Ruochu's delicate body. Her body flew out like a kite. "You're courting death." The disciples of the Li family glared at Fang Chen and wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Li Ruochu. They were too weak and were not Fang Chen's match. If they attacked, they would only be humiliating themselves. Li Ruochu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, "What you did to me today, my Li family will pay you back 100 times in the future." If it weren't for Li Ruohong, I would have killed you long ago. Fang Chen said. Li Ruohong wanted to return to his family even in death. He naturally did not want to see anyone in his family die. Fang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and did not kill Li Ruochu. Bang! Another punch landed on Li Ruochu's body. Rumble. After more than 10 punches, Li Ruochu's delicate body was covered in blood. Her face was pale as she lay on the ground. You ordered Brother Li to be expelled from the Li family. This is your punishment. Fang Chen said without turning his head. One day, I will personally go to the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven and bury Brother Li's ashes in the Li family's ancestral hall. Li Ruochu was extremely ashamed and angry. She swore that no one had dared to humiliate her like this for countless years. Damn you, I won't let you go. Li Ruochu roared in her heart. Especially after hearing Fang Chen's words, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Chimph, Li Ruohong asked for it. He deserved to die. There's no need to wait for you to go to the Divine Sword Heaven. If you can leave Immortal Cave Mountain alive, my Li family will definitely turn you into ashes. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already disappeared when she said these words. Along the way, Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha quietly followed behind Fang Chen. They could feel the emotional fluctuations in Fang Chen. Li Ruochu's appearance had successfully evoked the hidden sadness in Fang Chen's heart. Li Ruohong's death had always been the thing that Fang Chen blamed himself the most. Why didn't you kill Li Ruochu? Bai Qingqing asked. She knew Fang Chen's temper very well. If it was in the past, a vicious woman like Li Ruochu would have died 10,000 times. Is it because of Li Ruohong? Bai Qingqing continued to ask. Fang Chen stopped and turned to look at the two women. Sometimes, there are many ways to make a person regret it for the rest of his life. For a woman like Li Ruochu, killing her is letting her off easy. Fang Chen looked up at the sky. One day, when he spread his wings and soared to the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven, he wondered how Li Ruochu would feel. Chapter 2485. It had been a few decades since they had entered the Dark Cave Mountain. Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the Mystic Qi realm from the Mystic Heaven realm. His combat strength had also skyrocketed. The path of soul, martial Dao, and physical Dao had all improved. His 10,000 sword body had also silently reached the 8th level. His physical strength had become even stronger. Just one punch was enough to shatter the head of an early-stage Mystic Star Realm cultivator. Even the experts on the Xian ranking couldn't do such a terrifying thing. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the 10,000 sword body was indeed one of the strongest sword Dao physiques. After reaching the 8th level, the 10,000 sword body seemed to have completely evolved. The 10,000 sword domain had also expanded to a large enough area. With just a thought, the entire plane would be covered by Fang Chen's 10,000 sword domain. The chaotic space-grade hidden star sword had 4 special attributes. Together with the sword domain, its attack power had reached its peak. No one under the mystic light realm could block his full-powered attack. The 11th move of the Shura sword art was the nightmare of many experts on the Xian ranking. But now, Fang Chen had obtained the Demon Sealing Tower and absorbed many Mystic Star Realm beasts. Once the beast army came out, even Mystic Light Realm cultivators would be able to deal with them. Only now did Fang Chen truly possess the strength to challenge the various major forces. At least, he had enough power to protect himself in the Dark Cave Mountain. His path of soul was also gradually increasing. His primordial spirit had reached the limit of the 9th origin realm. He was only one step away from completing the final transformation. The innate soul reversal technique had already reached the 5th level. He hadn't been able to find the remaining parts. Actually, what Fang Chen really valued was the path of weapon controlling. The soldier martial saint had relied on the path of weapon controlling to dominate the starry sky and was respected by countless disciples. His current mastery of the armament controlling Dao had already reached the 2nd level. The 10 years in the Dark Cave Mountain were the 10 years Fang Chen had completely transformed. Even he didn't know how strong he was now when he used his full strength. Whoosh! A black sword light soared into the sky and finally sank into a certain piece of land in the north. On the plains, Fang Chen and the other two were walking. Suddenly, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the blue sky. The impact of the black sword light was too strong. Fang Chen noticed it at a glance. That's... what a powerful sword qi. Could it be a legendary sword Dao treasure? Fang Chen's heart stirred slightly. A phenomenon descended from the heavens above Dark Cave Mountain. Sword hums lingered in the air, shaking the primal chaos void. All the powerhouses believed that the supreme treasure that appeared this time must be a supreme treasure of sword principle. He had been in Immortal Cave Mountain for more than 10 years, but he had never found any trace of the supreme sword treasure. Today, he finally discovered it. Is it a sword Dao treasure? Fang Chen muttered. Soon after, a blazing light shot out from his eyes as he said, "Let's go." The three of them were extremely fast as they rushed towards the place where the black sword light had landed. At the same time, the top 10 experts on the profound ranking also noticed this scene. The Sword of Darkness, my Sword of Darkness, has finally appeared. The most excited one was the Son of Darkness. He had lost the Sword of Darkness and had been looking for it. Finally, he found its trace. No one can stop me from taking back the Sword of Darkness. The Son of Darkness's eyes were full of excitement. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. At the same time, in different places, many top 10 experts on the profound ranking set off. Somewhere in the north of Dark Cave Mountain, a huge black sword was inserted into the ground. If someone was here, they would definitely find that this huge black sword was the legendary Sword of Darkness. The most powerful weapon of the Dark Blood clan. In the battle back then, the Saint had used his invincible fighting spirit to severely injure the Son of Darkness, causing the Sword of Darkness to be lost. Now, the Sword of Darkness had a spirit and had appeared again, causing a great sensation. The first one to come to this wasteland was Fang Chen. He had activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. His original body was cultivating, and so was his doppelganger. In addition, he had the help of the bone progenitor. Within the Shura universe, his doppelganger and the bone progenitor had worked together and deduced the space-time collapse technique to the 23rd level. In terms of speed, Fang Chen dared to say that he was the fastest on the profound ranking. Roar. The deafening roar of beasts spread across the wasteland. So many beasts. Most of the beasts present were at the Mystic Star Realm, but there were more than 10 Mystic Light Realm beasts at the front. That's the Sword of Darkness. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that they were surrounding the Sword of Darkness. Roar. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, many beasts roared at him, trying to scare him away. There were even some that opened their ferocious mouths in an attempt to devour him. You're courting death. The Demon Sealing Tower activated, and the Mystic Star Realm beasts were instantly sucked in. This sudden scene stunned all the demonic beasts. The dozen or so Mystic Light Realm demonic beasts in the lead raised their heads and roared at the sky, giving out orders. "All of you, back off," Fang Chen said and charged into the group of beasts. Whoosh. The Demon Sealing Tower was simply too powerful. The Mystic Star Realm beasts couldn't resist at all and were sucked in. In the blink of an eye, a large group of beasts were sucked into the Demon Sealing Tower. In the distance, Bai Qingqing and Asayama Sensha exchanged glances with worry in their eyes. "She'll be fine, right?" Asayama Sensha asked softly. Bai Qingqing shook her head and remained silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful auras came from the horizon. The Holy Warrior and Sky Warrior had arrived. Unparalleled battle intent surrounded the two of them and gave off a strong pressure. "Sword of Darkness," the Holy Warrior said. "Who's that guy?" Sky Warrior asked. "Fang Chen." The Holy Warrior had never seen Fang Chen before, but this name came to mind after seeing the latter's performance. "His Fang Chen? The guy who killed the son of Sirius and Zhong Xiangshan?" Sky Warrior's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. After a long while, Sky Warrior sighed, a peerless monster. In terms of potential, even Shu Zichen, who's first on the profound ranking, can't compare to him. Just as the Holy Warrior was about to speak, he suddenly turned to the other side and sensed something. Ha ha ha, the Holy Warrior tribe's unparalleled battle intent is indeed worthy of its reputation. A white-robed man walked out of the void. The holy warrior and sky warrior's expressions changed slightly. The newcomer was Yarrow Yang, who was third on the profound ranking. "I didn't expect even the Yarrow to come," said the holy warrior. If it was before, he might have been wary of Yarrow Yang, but it was different now. He had mastered the unparalleled battle intent, and his battle prowess had increased exponentially. "It seems like many people are eyeing the Sword of Darkness." Yarrow Yang grinned, and two more people appeared in the void. One of them exuded a lightning-like aura. He was burly and had lightning tattoos. He was second on the profound ranking, the prodigy of the Thunder Punishment tribe, Lei Pu. As for the other person, he was even more mysterious. No one could sense his existence even though he stood in front of them. They could only see him with their eyes. From this, it could be seen just how high this person's mastery of the Tao of the Void was. Among the younger generation, there was no one else besides the Void race's Shu Zichen who could reach such heights. "Lei Pu, Shu Zichen, do you want the Sword of Darkness as well?" asked Yarrow Yang. All of a sudden, almost all the experts of the profound ranking had gathered here. Whoosh! While they were talking, Fang Chen had already absorbed most of the beasts below. Only 10-odd mystic light realm beasts remained, and they were still surrounding Fang Chen. Seeing this, Yarrow Yang's pupils constricted. He was extremely excited. He was certain that Fang Chen definitely had the Shifter Sealing Tower. "I must get the Shifter Sealing Tower," Yarrow Yang thought to himself. "The Sword of Darkness is mine." Suddenly, a deafening voice came from the void. Then, the Son of Darkness in a black robe appeared in a hurry. He glanced at everyone and said in a low voice, "Everyone, the Sword of Darkness is the ultimate treasure of the Dark Blood race. I hope that you won't interfere in this matter for the sake of the Dark Blood race." Everyone present was stronger than him. He definitely wouldn't be able to get the Sword of Darkness back if he fought alone. Thus, he could only use the Dark Blood race to scare them. "Don't use the Dark Blood race to scare us," said Lei Pu. "In Dark Cave Mountain, everything depends on one's ability. If you, the Son of Darkness, have the ability to get it, then go and get it yourself." "That's right. I think Brother Lei Pu's words make sense," said Yarrow Yang as if he didn't care about the situation at all. The Holy Warriors and Sky Warriors didn't say anything, but their undefeatable battle intent said it all. Chapter 2486. Hearing that, the Son of Darkness's expression turned solemn. His sharp gaze scanned everyone before landing on the Sword of Darkness in front of him. The Son of Darkness realized that the one fighting with the beasts was Fang Chen, the person he had been looking for. "It's him." The Son of Darkness clenched his fists as anger filled his heart. At this moment, Fang Chen had successfully sucked a mystic light realm beast into the Shifter Sealing Tower. Whoosh! The Shifter Sealing Tower flashed, and Fang Chen quickly retreated, dodging the attacks of the other beasts. "I see." After understanding that, Fang Chen was very confident in himself. "Open." The Shifter Sealing Tower opened, and a terrifying power swept out. At the same time, Fang Chen activated the Myriad Sword Domain and temporarily sealed the Mystic Light Realm beast. Then, the powerful illusion and the powerful formation overlapped and shrouded the 9 demonic beasts. "Come." Another beast was sucked in. These beasts lived in the Dark Cave Mountain for a long time. Although they were strong, they weren't as intelligent as humans. After Fang Chen sucked in 5 Mystic Light Realm beasts, the experts of the profound ranking all watched from afar. The Shifter Sealing Tower? No wonder he can fight against Mystic Light Realm beasts by himself. The person who spoke was the Sky Warrior. These prodigies all knew a bit about the Shifter Sealing Tower, and they finally realized what it was after watching for a while. The Shifter Sealing Tower was very strong, and it was the bane of the Yarrow race. With the Shifter Sealing Tower, fighting against Mystic Light Realm beasts wasn't too difficult. Therefore, they weren't too surprised by Fang Chen's performance. After all, the Shifter Sealing Tower was the main contribution. "This guy is interesting. He actually obtained the Shifter Sealing Tower?" The hallowed warrior grinned and looked at Yarrow Yang provocatively. The latter's face turned green. Now that the Shifter Sealing Tower had been recognized, it would be much harder for him to obtain it. "He's just relying on a supreme treasure," the Son of Darkness sneered. Lei Pu and Shu Zichen didn't comment on Fang Chen at all. They looked forward calmly. On the surface, they didn't care about Fang Chen at all, but their hearts were in turmoil. This guy is not simple. He's only in the mystic Qi realm, but is able to fight against a mystic light realm beast. The two of them had special identities and were very insightful. Their way of looking at things was different from others. Others only saw the demon sealing tower, but the two of them saw another side of Fang Chen that no one knew about. While they were pondering, Fang Chen had already used the demon sealing tower to suck in the last monster beast. The wilderness became empty, and the dark sword was right in front of him. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Not only had he obtained the Sword of Darkness, but he had also increased the strength of the demonic beast army. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the Sword of Darkness. He reached out his hand, preparing to grab the Sword of Darkness. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the distant horizon. Then, a strong wind blew, and a black shadow flashed over. Voila! After the black silhouette transformed into his human form, he smiled at the crowd and said, "How can I, Hei Feng, miss such a lively event?" The person who came was Hei Feng, the 7th on the Xian ranking. He was also the only rogue cultivator in the top 10. It was shocking that a rogue cultivator could reach such a level. However, Hei Feng could stand on the Xian ranking thanks to the Son of Darkness. He obeyed the Son of Darkness and even deliberately flattered him in order to join the blood race of darkness. Unfortunately, it was not easy to join the blood race of darkness. Seeing Hei Feng's arrival, the Son of Darkness nodded. The Sword of Darkness. After Hei Feng saw the Sword of Darkness and looked at the faces of the crowd, he roughly understood. It seemed that the top 10 of the Xian ranking had gathered here for the Sword of Darkness. Brother Darkness, a mere Qi realm warrior dares to touch the Sword of Darkness. He's courting death. Hei Feng said, "This kind of trash is not qualified for you to take action. Let me, Hei Feng, do it for you. I'll kill this person and take the Sword of Darkness." Then, before the Son of Darkness could respond, Hei Feng turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen happened to hold the Sword of Darkness. Buzz! A violent dark force came from the hilt and drilled into Fang Chen's body. Hiss! 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 The dark force that was repulsive to him seemed to calm down after coming into contact with his blood. Fang Chen nodded. It should be because of the wolf god bloodline in his body. Otherwise, the repulsive force of the Sword of Darkness would be very strong. Rise! Fang Chen exclaimed softly. He suddenly exerted force and pulled the Sword of Darkness out of the ground. Rumble! Fang Chen raised the Sword of Darkness. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a violent storm, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Thick thunder dragons swooped down and bombarded the tip of the sword. It's so powerful. Fang Chen could feel the power of the Sword of Darkness. Unfortunately, he could not fully control it. Swoosh! With a gentle wave, the sharp blade cut through the sky, leaving a black light behind. "Boy, give me the Sword of Darkness." Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Immediately, Fang Chen put down the Sword of Darkness, and the sky gradually cleared up. He turned to look at Hei Feng and said, "Why? Is the name of the blood clan enough?" Hei Feng sneered. In his opinion, Fang Chen was just a lucky guy. Although killing the son of Sirius proved that he was powerful, it was not to the extent that Hei Feng was afraid of him. Fang Chen sneered, and his face was full of sarcasm. He just saw the top 10 powerhouses of the Xian board coming. He was working hard to kill the monsters, and they were just watching from the sidelines. After he used the demon sealing tower to suck in all the monsters and swept away all the obstacles, they jumped out. Did they think he was easy to bully? To put it bluntly, you are just a dog of the Son of Darkness. Don't you feel ashamed to use the name of the blood clan to scare people? Fang Chen said mercilessly. You. Hei Feng was furious. His figure flashed, and turned into an afterimage. Hei Feng, ranked 7th on the Xian board, had amazing speed and was invincible in the way of the blade. This was the unanimous evaluation of the outside world. You are quite fast, but unfortunately, seeing the afterimage, Fang Chen shook his head. Boom! Hei Feng gathered all the strength in his body and punched Fang Chen. "You are nothing in front of me, Hei Feng," he said as he attacked. However, just as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's body shattered, and turned into an afterimage, and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Hei Feng's expression changed drastically. "How is that possible?" Hei Feng frowned. The Sky Warrior and the Holy Warrior in the distance were also surprised. "This guy's speed is actually faster than Hei Feng," the Sky Warrior exclaimed. "Speed is Hei Feng's forte. This person can move calmly under Hei Feng's speed. Amazing," the Holy Warrior also praised. At the same time, he looked at Shu Zichen. Shu Zichen was expressionless, as if this had nothing to do with him. However, everyone knew that in terms of speed, if the Void Race claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Even Lei Pu couldn't compare to Shu Zichen's speed, let alone Hei Feng. "Shu Zichen, it seems like you have another strong opponent," Lei Pu laughed. Everyone knew that the strong opponent Lei Pu spoke of was purely a competition of speed. In terms of combat strength, Shu Zichen was still the undisputed number one. Shu Zichen's gaze was deep as he looked at Fang Chen. The perfect combination of time and space. Interesting. After a brief moment of surprise, Hei Feng took out his blade. "Kid, have a taste of my ghost-slaying blade technique." Whoosh. He raised his blade. Light flashed, and afterimages appeared. His aura shook the sky. Since he didn't have an advantage in speed, he would use the way of the blade to suppress his opponent. This was Hei Feng's strategy. "If it was when I first entered Immortal Cave Mountain, I might not have been able to resist, but now," Fang Chen thought to himself. He saw through Hei Feng's blade technique at a glance. Although it was sharp and domineering, it had a flaw. It couldn't be compared to his surer sword technique. "Although your blade technique is strong, can you block my sword?" Back then, Zhong Xiangshan and the son of Sirius both boasted of their strength and looked down on Fang Chen. However, reality proved that they were nothing in Fang Chen's eyes. Neither of the two experts on the profound ranking could block Fang Chen's shocking sword. He opened his palm, and the hidden star sword appeared. This was the third time he had used the sword since the son of Sirius committed suicide. This time, his target was Hei Feng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking. Chapter 2487. The first time, he killed Zhong Xiangshan, who was ranked 9th on the profound ranking. The second time, he killed the son of Sirius, who was ranked 8th on the profound ranking. And now, the third time, Hei Feng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking and was known to be extremely fast and invincible in the Saber Dao, would he be able to withstand the power of his sword? In the distance, many experts on the profound ranking were watching with great interest. In their opinion, no matter how strong Fang Chen was, he would not be able to threaten them. To them, this was nothing more than an unimportant battle in their spare time. "Hei Feng, they all say that your speed is amazing, but it's just SOSO. Under his control, the hidden star sword slashed out rapidly at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Fang Chen's body kept changing, turning into a series of afterimages. No one could tell which one was his real body. Hei Feng's face finally turned solemn when he saw this scene. How can he be so fast? This was the first time Hei Feng felt so powerless in terms of speed. One should know that his Hei Feng movement technique was highly valued by experts in the profound light realm and even the mysterious true realm. Since he had cultivated the Hei Feng movement technique to the extreme, no one on the profound ranking could surpass him in terms of speed except for Shu Zichen, who was good at the Tao of the Void. Fang Chen was the second. Hei Feng's eyes flickered. He could not catch Fang Chen's trace at all. Boom! A powerful defense instantly covered Hei Feng's body. At this moment, the saber in his hand also burst out a bright and dazzling light. Crash! Fang Chen broke through Hei Feng's defense with pure speed and appeared behind him silently. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed out quickly. Whoosh! The 11th move of the Shura sword art was extremely powerful. The terrifying aura of the Tao of the sword whizzed out and suppressed Hei Feng instantly. Kill! Hei Feng waved the saber in his hand to the extreme. The invincible aura of the Tao of the saber burst out and collided with Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Dong! When the saber and sword collided, there was a sound of metal colliding. Die. Hei Feng was full of confidence. He shouted and increased the power output. However, at this moment, he felt that something was amiss. Through the saber, a sharp sword chi drilled into his palm. Crack. In an instant, his palm exploded, and a bloody mist gushed out. As for his body, it flew out and smashed into the ground. When the people in the distance saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They finally became serious about Fang Chen. Hei Feng. The Heavens warrior twitched his mouth. Hei Feng's strength was on par with his. Although he was once ranked 4th on the profound ranking, he was only slightly stronger than Hei Feng. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen defeated Hei Feng, who was known for his astonishing speed and unparalleled saber dao, with one sword strike. This guy is not simple. His speed is superior to Hei Feng's, his sword dao is superior to Hei Feng's, and his saber dao is superior to Hei Feng's. The holy warrior was filled with fighting spirit, and his eyes were burning with passion. The holy war tribe was born with a thirst for battle. Moreover, they had cultivated an invincible battle intent. What they desired the most was to exchange blows with powerful beings so that they could improve themselves continuously. Yarrow Yang's eyes flickered strangely. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. He had no choice but to change his strategy. It was not as easy as he thought to take the demon ceiling tower from him. Yarrow Yang's gaze swept across the others, and finally landed on the Son of Darkness. He could only use the Son of Darkness to injure him severely. Only then would he be able to get the demon ceiling tower. 7th on the profound ranking is just SOSO. Fang Chen exuded a shocking aura, as if he could dominate the world with his sword in hand. His cold eyes looked at Hei Feng as he said in a deep voice, "Poochie." Hei Feng stood up. His body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red as he stared at Fang Chen. How is this possible? He's a profound Qi realm cultivator. How can he be faster than me? Although Hei Feng was best at speed and sword dao, strictly speaking, he mainly cultivated speed. Sword dao was just a support. In all these years, only Shu Zichen surpassed me in speed, said Hei Feng. I don't believe that you can catch up to the void race. Whoosh. The wind started to blow. The wind blew violently, and dust flew everywhere. Hei Feng's figure disappeared into the void. Even Yarrow Yang and the others could not catch a trace of him. Hei Feng is angry. Even we can't compare to Hei Feng's speed. I wonder if this guy is just lucky, or really confident. Sky Warrior and the others were curious when they saw Fang Chen standing on the ground expressionlessly with the hidden star sword in his hand. Buzz. Fang Chen could feel the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Although Hei Feng hid it well, Yi Futian still caught his aura. Are you trying to play this game with me? Fang Chen grinned. His smile was brilliant and full of mockery. His master, the Bone Progenitor, was the founder of the Tao of Spacetime. He was the one who raised the Tao of Spacetime to its peak. His understanding of spacetime had reached an unimaginable level. He did not know how the Void Race's understanding of spacetime was, but he knew very well that Hei Feng could not. In the void, Hei Feng used a powerful forbidden technique and quickly approached Fang Chen. Let's see how you block it this time. Hei Feng laughed coldly. When he got close to Fang Chen, he held his saber and accumulated power, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a terrifying sword light cut through the sky and appeared in front of him. Hei Feng instantly felt a hint of danger approaching. Not good. Hei Feng shouted, then struck with his saber. Crack. The saber slashed out and hit the star-hidden sword. Unfortunately, the power of the saber was unable to block the powerful attack of the hidden star sword. Bang! The saber fell out of his hand and onto the ground. At the same time, the hidden star sword carried the powerful pressure of the Azura sword Dao and stabbed Hei Feng. Go! At the critical moment, Hei Feng used a forbidden technique to try and escape. However, the void shattered, and a mist of blood spewed out. A sword light cut through the sky and merged into the void. Buzz! The entire sky instantly fell silent. Only the continuous dripping of blood from the cracks in the sky proved that a great battle had just taken place. Where's Hei Feng? Everyone looked around and asked in surprise. Shu Zichen, who had not said anything until now, spoke up. Hei Feng was severely injured and fell into a space-time storm. Everyone exclaimed when they heard that. A space-time storm was the most terrifying storm in the primal chaos. Generally speaking, space-time storms rarely appeared in the 33 heavens. Fang Chen's sword actually split open a space-time crack and caused a space-time storm. It was shocking. At the same time, everyone was also shocked. Hei Feng, who was ranked 7th on the profound ranking, did not escape despite his shocking speed. Instead, he fell into a space-time storm. Everyone knew how terrifying a space-time storm was. Once trapped, even a profound God realm supremacy would not be able to escape, let alone Hei Feng. At this moment, their expressions changed as they looked at Fang Chen. Amazing. Sky Battler shook his head. After this battle, he knew that he was no match for Fang Chen. Even if he used the unparalleled battle intent, he would only be able to escape unscathed. In a way, Fang Chen's ability to banish Hei Feng had already gained the recognition of the top 6 experts of the profound ranking. They already regarded Fang Chen as an outstanding genius of their level. Shu Zichen, in particular, was very interested in Fang Chen. His movement technique seems to have the aura of space-time, Shu Zichen said to himself. Shu Zichen thought to himself, his comprehension of space-time is very, very strong. Even in the void race, a genius like him would definitely be heavily nurtured. Shu Zichen looked at Fang Chen with interest. Dong. A trembling sound rang out from the cracks in the void, and Hei Feng's miserable cry could be heard. After the trembling sound, the cracks in the void began to heal. This meant that the space-time storm had retreated. The Son of Darkness looked coldly at Fang Chen. He was surrounded by a dark aura, and his gaze was threatening. Brat, take out the Sword of Darkness and kill yourself here, the Son of Darkness threatened. Otherwise, the blood race of darkness will definitely kill you. At this point, the others were no longer willing to act rashly. Although Fang Chen was not as strong as them, his speed was shocking. He was much faster than Hei Feng. Among everyone present, only Shu Zichen was confident that he could stop Fang Chen. Chapter 2488. To be honest, with Fang Chen's current strength, no one would be able to stop him unless Shu Zichen personally intervened. The consequences of being targeted by such a monstrous genius would be unimaginable. Think about it. Although you're stronger than your opponent's speed is astonishing. He could escape after sneaking an attack on you. He wouldn't be able to threaten you in the short term. However, as time passed, his opponent's strength would definitely increase. The enemy was in the dark while I was in the light. It would be troublesome. Moreover, there wasn't much competition between them. The Demon Sealing Tower? Only Yarrow Yang would care about it. The Sword of Darkness? Even if they obtained it, they would be threatened by the dark vampires after leaving. Therefore, they were all sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The Son of Darkness was currently 5th on the profound ranking. After him was the Holy War Clan's Sky Warrior. Sky Warrior believed that he wasn't as strong as Fang Chen, so he was only watching. The Son of Darkness was different. He believed that he was extremely strong, had the dark bloodline, and could activate the memory inheritance. Unless Fang Chen had the same invincible battle intent as the Holy War Clans, there was no way he could defeat him. Speed. The Son of Darkness sneered. He waved his hand, and a shocking beam of light shot out from his sleeve. Dong. The shocking light exploded in the air, turning into countless meteors that fell from the sky. Rumble. A majestic dark formation instantly appeared and enveloped Fang Chen. This is the bloodthirsty dark formation? Sky Warrior exclaimed. He didn't expect the Son of Darkness to be able to set up such a formation. No, this isn't the real bloodthirsty dark formation, said Lei Pu. Brother Lei is correct. Brother Lei Pu is right, this is at best a pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness array. The upper echelons of the dark vampires actually condensed such a model and gave it to the Son of Darkness. It seems like they have high hopes for him. All signs showed that the dark vampires cared a lot about the inheritance treasure in Dark Cave Mountain. The Son of Darkness came with the Sword of Darkness and the pseudo-bloodthirsty dark formation. No wonder you were so confident even though you knew that Fang Chen was very fast. It turns out that it was because of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation, the holy warrior said. The power of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation is very strong. It can confine this void. Even if Fang Chen has the ability to reach the heavens, he won't be able to escape. Yarrow Yang said, if they were to fight head-on, how would he be able to resist the Son of Darkness who possesses the bloodline of darkness? Obviously, Yarrow Yang thought that Fang Chen was going to lose. Humph, it's just a mere formation. Just shatter it. Lei Pu's personality was overbearing and unyielding. She loved to break formations with brute force the most. As he spoke, lightning runes flickered on his body and lightning surged in his eyes. Although the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation can confine the void, it also has its flaws. I wonder if he can find it. Shu Zichen thought to himself. Actually, to him, this formation shouldn't be able to trap the latter. After all, the latter's comprehension of space-time had reached a very high level. Dark, cold, and bloody. This was the main theme of the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. Fang Chen stood in the empty wasteland, surrounded by a sea of scarlet. The smell of blood in the air continuously corroded his body. A pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation? Fang Chen turned his eyes and glanced at it. There were records of the bloodthirsty darkness formation in the 3,000 scrolls on the Tao of Formations. The true bloodthirsty darkness formation was rumored to be a powerful formation capable of binding profound gods. Although the formation in front of him looked strong, it gave Fang Chen a feeling that its insides were in chaos. Die, kid, said the Son of Darkness. The Son of Darkness said sinisterly. Taking a step forward, he charged into the formation and started a merciless massacre of Fang Chen. Time passed bit by bit. The people outside were filled with curiosity about the formation. That kid couldn't have been killed by the Son of Darkness, could he? Said the Sky Warrior. I don't think so. The Son of Darkness isn't much stronger than Blackwind, said the Holy Warrior. While they were talking, cracks suddenly appeared on the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. Crack. A crisp sound came from within the array. Whoosh. A shocking sword light whizzed out, enlarging the cracks. A storm was coming, and the formation shook. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation shook and was about to shatter. Condense. The Son of Darkness was shocked and frantically injected energy to maintain the pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation. However, it was already too late. Whoosh. Another shocking sword light completely broke the last barrier of the Son of Darkness. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation shattered, and the dark and bloody aura dispersed. The sky and the earth returned to calm. Fang Chen held a long sword in his hand, like a sword god descending upon the earth. If it was the true bloodthirsty darkness formation, I might be afraid. But it's just a pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation, and it's controlled by a half-baked formation master like you. It's really not a threat. Fang Chen grinned. The Son of Darkness's face was ferocious. The pseudo-bloodthirsty darkness formation was his greatest reliance. Without the formation, how could he stop Fang Chen from escaping? Damn it. The Son of Darkness had already fallen into a state of madness. As the Holy Son of the Dark Kindred, the fifth strongest on the profound ranking, he had been high and mighty for countless years. Anyone who saw him had to respectfully address him as the Holy Son. Even Lei Pu and the others, who were at the top of the profound ranking, had not forced him into such a sorry state. Most importantly, the person in front of him had taken away the Dark Sword, the most precious treasure of the Dark Kindred. If he lost the Dark Sword, he would lose his position as the Holy Son. He would take back the Dark Sword at all costs. This was what the Son of Darkness thought. Terrifying runes appeared around his body, together with layers of black halos. The whole sky was completely dark. Darkness invasion. The Son of Darkness roared, and black light filled the sky. His arms shook violently, and he immediately grabbed at Fang Chen's head. Whoosh. In the face of the Son of Darkness's counterattack, Fang Chen naturally would not sit still and wait for death. As he used the space-time collapse technique, he slashed out with his sword. The 11th move of the Shura sword art appeared, and a sword light flashed and shot out. Crack. The Son of Darkness used all his strength to block the first attack, and the web between his thumb and forefinger started to bleed. The second attack shattered the Son of Darkness's defense, and a terrifying sword mark appeared on his body. With the third strike, the Son of Darkness's body was sent flying. His defenses were shattered, and he was practically useless. The fourth attack. Fang Chen cut off half of the Son of Darkness's body, severely injuring him, and his Yuan spirit escaped. The fifth attack. When Fang Chen slashed out the fifth attack, the mystic light realm experts of the Dark Kindred arrived. At the same time, the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman race also arrived. After seeing the situation, everyone was enraged. After protecting the Son of Darkness's Yuan spirit, the mystic light realm cultivators surrounded Fang Chen. "Bastard, how dare you go against the Dark Kindred? Even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be enough," one of the mystic light realm experts roared. Lei Pu and the others watched this scene thoughtfully. "The old one jumped out after I hit the young one," Fang Chen said coldly as he stood on the plains with the hidden star sword in his hand. "Mph, it's useless to say anything. Today, I'll slay your soul and make you stay in the dark cave mountain forever." As he spoke, the mystic light realm cultivators prepared to attack. "If that's the case, then..." Fang Chen shrugged and said, "There's no need to hold back." Right after Fang Chen spoke, a tall tower with a strong aura suddenly appeared around him. The Demon Sealing Tower? Seeing this, Yao Yang's eyes constricted, and he exclaimed. After the Demon Sealing Tower appeared, an endless stream of demonic beasts came out. Roar! In the blink of an eye, beasts covered the entire plains, and there were more than 10 mystic light realm beasts at the front. Kill! Following Fang Chen's order, the beast army started an intense battle with the mystic light realm cultivators of the Dark Kindred and the Iron Wolf of the Wolfman race. Rumble! This battle shook heaven and earth. Even Lei Pu and the others didn't expect things to turn out like this. The battle lasted for half a month, and the plains were sunk. The Wolfman race's Iron Wolf had all died. The mystic light realm experts of the Dark Kindred also suffered injuries and deaths. Of course, Fang Chen's side also suffered great losses. 7 mystic light realm beasts had died, and countless mystic star realm beasts had died. After this battle, the number of beasts in the Demon Sealing Tower decreased by 60%. After the intense battle, Fang Chen vanished without a trace. The Dark Kindred, on the other hand, had suffered great losses and had to heal the Son of Darkness. Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Dark Cave Mountain. Chapter 2489. Although they suffered heavy losses in this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Immortal Cave Mountain. Those nameless people who wanted to take advantage of the situation became much more obedient. Even the Son of Darkness, who was ranked 5th on the profound ranking, couldn't defeat Fang Chen. It wasn't hard to imagine just how strong the latter was. The Son of Darkness' physical body was destroyed, and only a sliver of his Yuan spirit was left. If it weren't for the Dark Blood race and the Dark Wolf race's mystic light realm experts, his Yuan spirit would have been shattered. The destruction of one's soul was true death for a cultivator. Even the Dark Blood race couldn't withstand such a natural death. At the side of the wasteland, the ground was in a sorry state and was full of potholes. It was obvious that an intense battle had taken place here. There was still a terrifying aura lingering in the air. In the sky above the desolate plains, there were 4 figures looking at each other. Shock also surfaced in their eyes. Impressive. A profound Qi realm cultivator was able to force the Dark Blood race to such an extent. "I, Tian Battler, am unable to do so," Tian Battler exclaimed. Heaven Warrior sighed, feeling great admiration for Fang Chen. The Holy War race was detached from worldly affairs. Although they were one of the 5 major races, they didn't compete with the rest of the world. The only thing that drove them forward was the illusory peak of the martial Tao. Everyone in the Holy War race loved to fight. Every time they saw a powerful opponent, their hearts would burn. It was the same now. Tian Battler admired Fang Chen very much. At the same time, he wanted to fight with Fang Chen. However, Tian Battler knew that he wasn't Fang Chen's match, even if he used the unparalleled battle intent. If he wanted to defeat it, The only one who could do so was the holy warrior before him. Seeing Tian Battler's gaze, the holy war race's eyes burned with battle intent. It's not time yet. There will definitely be a battle between him and me in the near future, said the holy war race. The saint said, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This battle had nothing to do with the grudges between factions or treasures. It was just a real battle. I can't do it if we're at the same level. The overbearing Lei Pu had never admitted defeat. Even when facing Shu Zichen of the Void Race, she didn't admit defeat. However, facing Fang Chen, he had to admit that if the two of them were at the same cultivation level or age, he would be far inferior to Fang Chen. This was the best evaluation of Fang Chen and also the best compliment. Shu Zichen nodded calmly, but inwardly, he was rather shocked as well. Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of spacetime had vaguely threatened them. After this battle, they regarded Fang Chen as a martial artist of the same level. Unless there was a deep grudge between them, they wouldn't easily make a move against such an opponent. The third on the profound ranking, Yarrow Yang, had already left quietly. HMPH, Yarrow Yang wants to obtain the Demon Sealing Tower? Lei Pu sneered. The Thunder Punishment clan controlled all the power of Thunder Punishment in the Primal Chaos Void. They didn't have a good impression of the Demon clan. In fact, several trillion years ago, the Thunder Punishment clan had fought against the Monstrous clan. After Yarrow Yang left, he knew what the latter was planning. He merely sneered, thinking that Yarrow Yang wouldn't succeed. Yarrow Yang wanted to use the Son of Darkness to incite internal strife among us humans. Unfortunately, his plan didn't succeed, said the Heaven Battler. The holy warrior clenched his fists and said in a low voice, if I see him again, I'll definitely fight it out with him. Let's see whose fist is harder. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Shu Zichen had been keeping a low profile since the beginning. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the other three left as well. After this battle, the profound ranking changed once again. A familiar yet unfamiliar name appeared in the top 5 of the profound ranking. Fang Chen, the unknown guy before entering Dark Cave Mountain, actually made it to the top 5 of the profound ranking. Furthermore, there was a lot of information about him in Dark Cave Mountain. Some people said that he must have obtained an inheritance treasure in Dark Cave Mountain, which was why he was so strong. Some people also said that the rumors were fake and that there must be a top expert of the profound ranking supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the Dark Blood race. For a time, the news of Fang Chen snatching the Sword of Darkness spread like wildfire. Many people were discussing this. They knew that the Dark Blood race wouldn't let this go. However, the truth was that the Dark Blood race wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time after this serious injury. In a dark and terrifying place. The Dark Blood race's mystic light realm experts sat cross-legged on the ground with a ball of Yuan spirit light floating between them. Endure, one of them said in a low voice. One of them said in a deep voice, our priority now is to treat the saint's injuries and then seize the Sword of Darkness. That damned bastard. How dare he challenge the Dark Blood race? He will definitely die. The Dark Blood race's members clenched their teeth in hatred when they mentioned Fang Chen. Meanwhile, on another plane, the Yarrow race's members were in a hurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yarrow Yang's figure whizzed over from the distant horizon. How is it? Yarrow Yang asked. The Yarrow race's mystic light realm cultivator shrugged, then shook his head. Young master, that guy is very cunning. We lost him. Hearing that, Yarrow Yang's expression changed. He was clearly displeased. You lost him when he's only in the mystic energy realm? Furthermore, that mystic energy realm guy had just gone through a huge battle and had used up a lot of his energy. How could Yarrow Yang not be angry when the Yarrow race actually lost him under such circumstances? Young master, please calm down. That guy's attainments in the Tao of spacetime are very high. He's almost on par with Shu Zichen. You saw the battle between him and Black Wind. Even if we tried our best, we wouldn't be able to catch up to him, one of the Yarrow race's members said. The other nodded. No one can match his speed unless they're in the mystic true realm. No matter what, we have to get the Shifter Sealing Tower and the Sword of Darkness. Yarrow Yang's eyes flashed. The shifter sealing tower was a huge threat to the Yarrow race. No matter what, they had to get it and bring it back to their race. As for the Sword of Darkness, it was just a side benefit. After all, it was the inherited treasure of the Dark Blood clan. It was very powerful, but it was sealed at the moment. Don't worry, young master. We Yarrow race's members have already spread all over Dark Cave Mountain. As long as that guy appears, we'll definitely discover him. Yarrow Yang nodded. The Yarrow race's members spread out and quickly left the place. Rip. After Yarrow Yang left, the void tore open, and 3 figures slowly walked out from it. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked at Yarrow Yang's departing figure. His heart was filled with murderous intent. Yarrow Yang of the Yarrow race? Fang Chen muttered. Master, the shifter sealing tower's existence is a huge threat to the Yarrow race. As a prodigy of the Yarrow race's younger generation, Yarrow Yang naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit said. Just now, after the battle, it was the mysterious Heaven Cone Nails artifact spirit's reminder that Fang Chen hid himself. If we were in the outside world, I might be afraid of the Yarrow race. However, this is Dark Cave Mountain after all, Fang Chen sneered. There was the Heavenly Sovereign Sea in the south, and Dark Cave Mountain in the north. The 2 great forbidden lands of the chaotic void were not an exaggeration. There were many dangerous places in Dark Cave Mountain. He could use these dangerous places to deal with the Yarrow race and the Blood Clan of Darkness. The Blood Clan of Darkness fought a bloody battle with my demon beast army. They shouldn't come out for a while. It's a pity that they couldn't crush the Son of Darkness primordial spirit, Fang Chen muttered. If the Son of Darkness did not die, he would still be a great threat. However, since things had come to this, there was no other way. He could only raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. Fang Chen, Asayama Sencha said softly. I'm going to look for my senior brothers. After this period of time together, Asayama Sencha knew that the gap between her and Fang Chen was getting bigger. She would only be a burden if she stayed by his side. She did not want to be a burden to Fang Chen. She also did not want to see Fang Chen besieged by the great clans of the world. Therefore, she chose to leave. The Blood Clan of Darkness and the Yarrow race know that you and I know each other. If you leave now, you will definitely be targeted by the 2 great clans, Fang Chen said. Asayama Sencha shook her head. She had already thought about it. Dark Cave Mountain is so big. I will find my senior brothers and hide to cultivate. Fang Chen looked at Bai Qingqing. The latter turned her head and pretended not to see it. In the end, Fang Chen spread his hands and agreed to Asayama Sencha's request. Watching Asayama Sencha leave, Fang Chen sighed. Another person who changed the trajectory of her fate because of him. I hope you are safe. Fang Chen murmured. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2490. Bai Qingqing's slender hands wrapped around Fang Chen's arm with a sweet and blissful look on her face. The latter reached out and rubbed her head. Why don't you enter the demon sealing tower to cultivate first? Bai Qingqing's face was full of reluctance, but she still nodded in the end. Firstly, she didn't want to distract Fang Chen, nor did she want him to worry. Secondly, she did need to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, she would really become a burden to Fang Chen. After making arrangements for Bai Qingqing, Fang Chen began to look for opportunities to break through. He felt that his cultivation had already reached the limit of the profound Qi realm. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. However, this step was incomparably long. The Yarrow race had been searching for Fang Chen's traces. The latter changed his appearance and spread all over Dark Cave Mountain. During the battle with Heifeng, Fang Chen clearly felt the terror of the space-time collapse technique. In terms of speed, Heifeng is almost invincible on the profound ranking. Fang Chen said. Because he didn't know Xu Zichen's situation, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Unfortunately, although he's fast, he didn't comprehend the Tao of space-time. Therefore, he's only fast. As for his Tao of the saber, it's simply a joke. There was a reason why the demon sword Venerable was able to shake the chaotic void. He created the Azura sword Tao, which was extremely powerful and became the most sacred sword Tao in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. Unfortunately, something happened to the demon sword Venerable, causing the Azura sword Dao to deteriorate. Furthermore, with the Chiu family's interference, the demon-killing sword Dao gradually took over Moshaishan, while the Azura sword Dao fell. Fortunately, there was Venerable Black-Red, otherwise, the Azura sword Dao would have disappeared in history. In fact, Venerable Black-Red didn't think too much when he taught the Azura sword Dao to Fang Chen. Who would have thought that his unintentional actions had already given birth to such a genius? If Venerable Black-Red knew about the situation in Dark Cave Mountain, he would probably be very excited. After all, the demon sword Venerable was his best friend. He also hoped that the Azura sword Dao would rise here. I vaguely feel the path of the Azura sword Dao. Fang Chen continued. He stood on top of a cliff, his body emitting a sharp sword chi. His figure was straight, like a sharp sword stabbed into the ground. His gaze was deep as he looked down the cliff. It was pitch black, and the biting cold sword chi blew from the bottom of the cliff. As the sword chi blew on his face, he could feel the stinging pain on his face. Fang Chen closed his eyes and enjoyed the baptism of the sword chi. The Azura sword Dao was undergoing a major change in his mind. Wang. A vortex of sword chi suddenly appeared in his mind. Terrifying Azura sword chi continuously gushed out from the vortex. At the same time, Fang Chen's thoughts were clear. The way of the sword. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, he stomped his foot and jumped off the cliff. Hoo hoo hoo. Fang Chen heard a strong gust of wind. He relaxed his body and allowed himself to fall freely. In the process of falling, the sword chi vortex had undergone a major change. In his mind, the 9 golden figures were brandishing their long swords and performing a messy swordsmanship. When his body fell to a certain extent, it finally stopped. From here, he could see the sword chi below him soaring into the sky as if it had formed a world of its own. Soaring sword chi, forming a world of its own. Then, the next move of the Azura sword Dao is the sword realm. Speaking of this, his thoughts were clear. The star-hidden sword appeared, and his body flashed as he suddenly brandished it. Whoosh! Streaks of sword chi whizzed out one after another, forming the shape of waves at the bottom of the cliff. Then, these waves overlapped and finally formed a world of its own, forming a huge space of sword chi. In this space of sword chi, the star-hidden sword was the absolute overlord. This was like the origin of the Azura sword Dao. Wang. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and suddenly, a sword blade bombarded the space of sword chi. Suddenly, the space of sword chi was fragmented and turned into dense Azura sword chi, bombarding a certain point. Dong! A deafening sound echoed through the clouds. The entire cliff was trembling, and Fang Chen's robe was also fluttering. Hoo! Hoo! After the explosion below him calmed down, Fang Chen could still see the distorted space and cracks slowly recovering. Sword realm. Fang Chen's eyes shone with a golden light. This was the sword realm that he wanted. After half a month, Fang Chen had found this place to practice his sword. How could he miss out on such a good opportunity? He stood on the cliff and carefully sensed it. He discovered that there was a sword lake below the cliff. It contained boundless sword chi and formed a space of its own. His sword realm was influenced by it. After countless refinements, it had finally reached its current state. The 12th move of the Azura sword Dao, sword realm. Not only can the sword realm bind the enemy, but it also has the effect of confinement. Especially when the sword realm shatters at the end and all the energy is focused on a certain point. Even a mystic light realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand such power, right? Fang Chen grinned. After creating the 12th move, sword realm, he was truly invincible in the mystic star realm. If he fought the Son of Darkness again, he would be able to kill him with one strike. As for the holy warriors, Lei Pu and Shu Zichen, Fang Chen was very confident even though he hadn't fought them yet. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and put away the hidden star sword. Then, his figure flashed and he landed on the sword lake below. Buzz! Sword chi swept across the area. Monstrous sword chi swept over from the sword lake. Fang Chen smiled as he looked at the surging sword chi. After cultivating for so many years, I'll break through on the sword lake today. With that, He sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the energy in the sword lake. He started to break through to the mystic star realm. Hun Tianxian had reached the mystic heaven realm, and his control of the miniature universe had reached a high level. In the miniature universe, they were the sky. The mystic chi realm was to completely merge one's energy, mind, and soul. At this time, the creation of the miniature universe was almost complete. Once he broke through to the mystic star realm, he would be able to swallow mountains and rivers and refine the sun, moon, and stars for his own use. At this time, the miniature universe would undergo a qualitative leap. While Fang Chen was trying to break through to the mystic star realm, there was also a great shock in the distant Azura universe. Dawn. After countless years of evolution, the first level of the Azura universe had been completed. Many explorers of the universe were developing this place together. At the highest point of the Azura universe, Fang Chen's clone and the bone progenitor sat cross-legged. Buzz. Their surroundings were filled with a rich space-time aura. Whoosh. All of a sudden, Fang Chen's clone opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. What's going on? The bone progenitor asked hurriedly. Master, I'm about to succeed in the first level of the Azura universe, Fang Chen said with a smile. Really? The bone progenitor asked excitedly. Let's go, Master. I'll take you to have a look. The perfection of the universe contained the evolution of many laws. This was a rare opportunity for the bone progenitor. He could take the opportunity to comprehend the Tao of spacetime again. In the void, the master and disciple stood side by side, looking down. The first level of the vast universe was gradually being perfected. In Fang Chen's plan, the Azura universe was divided into 3 levels, not 2 like the Mystic Star universe. The first level was the mortal world, the secular empires, and of course, some secrets of the cultivation world could be found there. The second level was the real world of cultivation, and the third level was the supreme world of the gods. The first level was the most important because it was the foundation of the Azura universe, so Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Rumble. A layer of invisible light gradually shrouded the earth and divided the Azura universe. Hiss. The invisible light slowly healed, which meant that the first level, the mortal world, was being perfected. The bone progenitor had already entered a state of epiphany. Fang Chen, who was at the side, was grinning from ear to ear. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. This state lasted for 3 years before the mortal world was truly perfected. Dawn. A sound that shook the 9 heavens was heard. Fang Chen's clone looked over and found that the invisible light had completely wrapped the first level. Many laws were also born in the first level. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a trace of origin power entered the first level. The mortal world has been perfected, but it will take some time to create all things, Fang Chen said. At the same time, his original body in Immortal Cave Mountain broke through the bottleneck and reached the mysterious star realm. Chapter 2491. Whoosh. Dark Cave Mountain, under the mysterious cliff, in the Sword Pond. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, light shot out in all directions, and a violent aura assaulted him. The sky trembled, and the wind and clouds rustled. After a long time, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the sword pond returned to its calm state. The sword chi inside had long been sucked dry by Fang Chen, and only an ordinary pond of water was left. Fang Chen's body was bursting with power. A crescent moon appeared in the void, and Fang Chen reached out his hand, grabbed it, and refined it. Hiss. After refining this illusory crescent moon, Fang Chen clearly felt that his strength had increased a little. This was the so-called qi devouring mountains and rivers, and refining the sun, moon, and stars for one's own use, right? This was just a crescent moon. With Fang Chen's current cultivation, he could even refine the real sun, moon, and stars. No wonder the sun, moon, and stars are within reach as soon as I enter the mystic star realm. Fang Chen smiled. He didn't understand it before, but now he finally understood. The reason why Mystic Star Realm cultivators' strength increased faster was because they could refine the sun, moon, and stars to increase their strength. Whoosh. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up from the sword pond. Fang Chen glanced at the sword pool that he had sucked dry and bowed to it. After which, He leaped and arrived at the cliff. The cold wind rustled as he looked down at the earth. There was an aura of a monarch coming from his body. After reaching the mystic star realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. The mortal world of the Shura universe has been completed. All that's left is time, Fang Chen said. The Shura universe that he had created was very vast. It wasn't something that the universe of stars could compare to. Therefore, the process of perfecting the universe was very difficult. For example, Fang Chen was confident that he could complete the universe of stars in the mystic Qi realm. According to his plan, the second layer of the Azura universe, which was the cultivation world, needed to be at least at the mystic light realm before it could be built. As for the last level, the God realm, it was also the gathering place of the most elite forces in the entire universe. He had to at least reach the mysterious true realm to be able to perfect it. The strength of a miniature universe was largely determined by the strength of its creator. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had intended to establish the Azura universe as the strongest miniature universe. In the primal chaos void, many great races had some powerful miniature universes. These miniature universes were where they stored their talents. With these powerful miniature universes, they would be able to provide an endless supply of geniuses from the younger generation. This would allow the great clans of the current era to last for a long time. Ever since he found out that his wife, Star and Moon, had been kidnapped, a strong thought had emerged in his mind. One day, he would become a great clan all by himself. And the Azura universe was his origin. After completing the mortal world, Fang Chen was in a good mood. The bone progenitor and his clone were still calculating the Tao of spacetime while his main body continued to roam around the dark cave mountain. With my current strength, I don't fear even mystic light realm experts, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 12th move of the Azura sword art, Sword World, combined with the myriad sword domain and sword domain, had 3 restrictions. Normal mystic light realm cultivators wouldn't be able to escape if they were trapped. Now, it's time to collect some interest. After that, the news of Fang Chen's appearance spread. The Heavenly Pillar Zong family, the Blood Race, and the Devil Race were all searching for him. After dozens of days, Fang Chen set his eyes on a group from the Heavenly Pillar Zong family. In a dense forest, Fang Chen stood on a towering tree and looked down. Not far away, a group from the Heavenly Pillar Zong family was resting. There were a total of 10 people in this group. 6 of them were Mystic Light Realm elders and 4 of them were from the younger generation. Fang Chen directly ignored the younger generation. As for the remaining 6, Fang Chen was confident that he could kill them in one fell swoop. The Beast Army in the Demon Ceiling Tower can stall 4 Mystic Light Realm experts. As for the remaining 2, the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow and the 3-eyed Bear King can stall them for a while. I'll kill one of them quickly, Fang Chen muttered as he made a detailed plan. Within the group from the Heavenly Pillar Zong family, Elder, who do you think that Fang Chen is? I don't believe that a rogue cultivator like him dares to challenge the Heavenly Pillar Zong family, a junior asked in puzzlement. Yeah, I heard from others that he's only at the Mystic Qi realm, but I don't understand. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? He defeated the Son of Darkness with one sword and destroyed his physical body. He almost killed him. Moreover, his army of demonic beasts almost wiped out the Dark Kindred. That battle back then shook the heavens and earth, and it spread throughout the Dark Cave Mountain. Mph, he's just an ant. The leading elder snickered coldly. The mystic ranking is a ranking for the younger generation. It doesn't have any authority. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for someone at the mystic light realm. That's right. If he appears now, I'll make him wish he was dead. Sigh. The towering tree shook as Fang Chen walked out. He smiled at the members of the Heavenly Pillar Zong family and asked, "Who wants to make me wish I was dead?" Everyone didn't know who this cultivator was, but they were stunned after hearing his words. Fang Chen, it's you? Many elders stood up and glared at Fang Chen. You killed Zong Xiangshan? The leading elder scolded. If you're talking about the idiot ranked 9th on the mystic ranking, then he was indeed killed by me. Fang Chen said faintly, is there no one else in the Heavenly Pillar Zong family? How can such a weak person be ranked in the top 10 of the mystic ranking? What a joke. Fang Chen's words infuriated the members of the Zhong family. How arrogant. Let me deal with you. The 4 juniors couldn't take it anymore and attacked. Whoosh. A cold light flashed and a murderous aura swept over. Bam. 4 heads fell to the ground. Damn it. The remaining 6 Mystic Light Realm Elders roared furiously and attacked together. Attack. Fang Chen roared and the demon sealing tower appeared. The beast army charged out and instantly surrounded the Mystic Light Realm Elders of the Heavenly Pillar Zhong family. You guys stop these bastards. I'll go kill him. One of them leaped out of the encirclement of the demonic beasts and charged towards Fang Chen. The other one also charged toward Fang Chen, but he was surrounded by the 3-eyed Bear King and the 8 Feathers Sky Sparrow. This is the 8 Feathers Sky Sparrow? This person's eyes widened when he saw the 8 Feathers Sky Sparrow. Ha ha ha, the 8 Feathers Sky Sparrow. Even the heavens are helping me. After that, this person started to attack the 8 Feathers Sky Sparrow. The 5 Mystic Light Realm Elders were stopped, and only one of them was able to get close to Fang Chen. Seeing that his attack was about to hit Fang Chen, he was overjoyed. However, he didn't know that this was all part of Fang Chen's plan. Wang tilde with a thought, the 10,000 sword domain was released. At the same time, the hidden star sword domain also spread out and stacked with the 10,000 sword domain. At the same time, Fang Chen used the 12th move of the Shura sword art, Sword Realm. Whoosh! A beam of light that could pierce the sky suddenly appeared from the hidden star sword. The instant the sword realm clashed with the 10,000 sword domain, the Mystic Light Realm Elder that was charging over was restricted. This Mystic Light Realm Elder finally realized that something was wrong. You broke through to the Mystic Star Realm? He sensed danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh! The power of the sword realm crushed everything. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced through space and stabbed into the Mystic Light Realm Elder's chest. Rip! The Mystic Light Realm Elder's body exploded. His Yuan soul wanted to escape, but it was shattered by a wisp of sword energy from Fang Chen. Early stage Mystic Light Realm, not worth mentioning, Fang Chen said. He then held the hidden star sword and appeared in front of the Mystic Light Realm cultivator that was being attacked by the 8-feathered Sky Sparrow and the 3-eyed Bear King. He did the same thing and successfully killed the Mystic Light Realm cultivator. After that, Fang Chen had a much easier time. The beast army killed 3 Mystic Light Realm cultivators, and the remaining 3 were killed by Fang Chen. The entire battle only lasted for an hour before it ended with Fang Chen's absolute victory. Fang Chen was determined to kill everyone from the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family that entered Dark Cave Mountain. In the following time, he continued to gather information. After a month, the members of the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family completely disappeared from Dark Cave Mountain. The Heavenly Pillar ancestral family. Fang Chen obtained some information about the star and moon from the bodies of the members of the Heavenly Pillar ancestral family. The latter was fine, but he had lost his freedom. This was a blessing in disguise for him. Chapter 2492. The annihilation of the Sky Pillar Zhong family didn't cause much of a stir in Immortal Cave Mountain. After all, Immortal Cave Mountain was enormous. If they didn't deliberately spread the news, almost no one would know about it. Many people were running around for their fortunes and inheritances, while others were trapped in dangerous places, waiting to be rescued. At the same time, people died in Immortal Cave Mountain every day. It was just that no one knew about it. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from the great clans. The Yarrow and Dark Vampires were the first to receive the news. They didn't even need to guess to know that Fang Chen was behind it. We can't let him continue to grow, or he'll become a great enemy of ours. This was the news of the Dark Vampires. They wanted to kill Fang Chen as soon as possible. The latter's growth speed was beyond their imagination. It's urgent to seize the Yarrow Sealing Tower. The Yarrow also spread the news. Even Yarrow Yang felt uneasy. The 2 great clans pursued Fang Chen with all their might. At that moment, Fang Chen ran into someone unexpected. Shu Zichen, a young genius of the Void race. Shu Zichen. Shu Zichen cupped his hands at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen. The two of them looked at each other, then smiled. I could tell that Brother Fang was extraordinary when we fought back then. Now that I see it, it's true, Shu Zichen said politely. Shu Zichen replied politely, how long has it been? Brother Fang, you've already stepped into the profound star realm. I'm afraid you're already on par with me, right? Fang Chen shrugged and said, the Void Race's Tao of the Void can shake the entire primal chaos. You, Shu Zichen, are ranked first on the profound ranking. I know my limits. Despite his words, Fang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Ha ha. Shu Zichen smiled. Since we've met, it must be fate. How about we have a little competition? Oh. When Fang Chen heard that, he exclaimed softly and looked at Shu Zichen. Shu Zichen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but no malice. Brother Fang, in your battle with Black Wind, your Tao of space and time shone brightly. I'm itching to compete with Brother Fang, said Shu Zichen. All right. Fang Chen readily agreed. In fact, after cultivating the space-time collapse art to this point, he knew very well where his limits were. Azura Universe, Mortal World. Fang Chen's avatar and bone progenitors com. Ha ha ha, I still have to thank you this time. If not for you letting me watch the creation of this mortal world, I don't know when I would have been able to comprehend this final step. Ancestor Bone laughed excitedly. Although his cultivation was inferior to Fang Chen's, no one could compare to his comprehension of the space-time Tao. He told Fang Chen the general framework in his mind. Wonderful. When Fang Chen heard that, he slapped the table in praise. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. On Immortal Cave Mountain, the main body and Shu Zichen had already begun to compete. Brother Fang, let's begin. Shu Zichen smiled. Fang Chen nodded, then the two of them turned into afterimages and shot forward. Whoosh, whoosh. From the start, Shu Zichen had the absolute upper hand and pulled Fang Chen far ahead of him. Shu Zichen lives up to his reputation as a void race genius. He can borrow the power of the wind to escape. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Shu Zichen's control of the void had already reached perfection. When he thought about how some people had said that Black Wind's speed was comparable to Shu Zichen's, Fang Chen found it laughable. Black Wind probably couldn't even touch Shu Zichen's clothes. They weren't on the same level at all. Brother Fang, this isn't your style. Shu Zichen's voice rang out from up ahead. Fang Chen grinned, then activated the space-time collapse technique at full power. He instantly closed in on Shu Zichen. Now this is the Fang Chen I know, said Shu Zichen with a smile. At the same time, he fully unleashed the Void Race's innate divine ability. Wherever the two of them passed, space would distort, and violent energy would sweep over. Time passed, bit by bit. Fang Chen pursued Shu Zichen relentlessly. This made Shu Zichen sigh. Fang Chen's mastery of space-time was even greater than he'd imagined. Finally, after fighting for a period of time, a vast ocean appeared in front of the two of them. Brother Fang, let's use that vast ocean as our destination. What do you think? Said Shu Zichen. All right. Fang Chen nodded. Buzz. With that, Shu Zichen's speed soared. In the blink of an eye, he'd pulled away from Fang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they neared the ocean, Shu Zichen turned and glanced at Fang Chen. He saw that Fang Chen was still the same as before, he hadn't accelerated at all. Could this be his limit? When he considered this, Shu Zichen shook his head. Although Shu Zichen's potential was great, in the end, he wasn't a member of the Void Race. For him to reach this limit was already incredible. Even so, he couldn't threaten Shu Zichen. As he considered this, Shu Zichen took a step forward and pushed his speed to the limit. At the same time, Fang Chen sped up as well. Dong. His mind suddenly shook. Fang Chen sensed that his space-time collapse technique had reached a whole new level. Charge. He spat out a single word, then his speed suddenly increased by dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, he'd caught up to Shu Zichen. His sudden burst of speed caused Shu Zichen to tremble. How could this be? Shu Zichen was stunned. He gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. However, to his shock, he discovered that Fang Chen's speed was still soaring. He watched helplessly as Fang Chen whizzed past him. In the end, Fang Chen landed on the vast ocean before him. This. Xu Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd clearly sensed that Fang Chen had already reached his limit. How could Xu Zichen's speed increase by dozens of times at the last moment? How could he overtake him in one fell swoop? Even some of the Void Race's elders couldn't possibly be that fast. Could it be that he's been hiding all this time? That thought popped into Xu Zichen's mind. When he considered this, Xu Zichen's expression grew grave. When he looked at Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with reverence. The Void Race was best at speed. On the profound ranking, he was known as the fastest. Even Heifeng was no match for him. And yet, he'd lost to a nobody. Freak. Xu Zichen spat out 2 words. Fang Chen's speed had already surpassed the limits of Xu Zichen's imagination. Even if he went all out, there was no way he could beat him in speed. When he thought of this, Xu Zichen sighed and walked up to Fang Chen. Meanwhile, in the distant Azura universe, Fang Chen's clone and the bone progenitor cheered excitedly. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, said the bone progenitor. That's right. We've been on the wrong path all this time. The Tao of space-time should have developed in this direction, said Fang Chen. The bone progenitor nodded. The Tao of space-time is one of the ways to escape. All this time, we've focused on increasing our speed while simultaneously increasing our attack power. Now that I think about it, we were gravely mistaken. Focus. Only by focusing on speed can we achieve success. The two of them had benefited greatly from this epiphany. At the same time, they'd gained a clear understanding of the Tao of spacetime's cultivation path. To them, this was more important than anything else. Mount Immortal Cave, in front of the vast ocean. Fang Chen looked at Xu Zichen and grinned. It went without saying that Xu Zichen was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the fact that his clone in the Azura universe had comprehended something at a critical moment and refined the spacetime collapse technique to a higher level, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to catch up. Brother Xu's speed is truly breathtaking. You were just lucky this time, said Fang Chen. Xu Zichen waved his hand. In a way, I've already lost. The Void Race's many resources, as well as some heaven-defying space-type cultivation techniques, had created Xu Zichen's monstrous genius. In comparison, Fang Chen was just a wandering cultivator. He'd reached his current level entirely on his own. That was why Xu Zichen accepted his loss wholeheartedly. If you have time, Brother Fang, please come to the Void Race and we can discuss things together. Xu Zichen extended his hand. When Fang Chen saw this, he reached out and shook hands with him. I couldn't ask for more. The growth of the spacetime cultivation system couldn't solely rely on him and the bone progenitor. It required many external factors. If he could get some pointers from the Void Race, he'd definitely be able to avoid many detours. Furthermore, Xu Zichen was trying to befriend him. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to refuse. Ha ha ha. All this time, none of the experts on the profound ranking have been able to surpass me in speed. Today, I got to spar with Brother Fang. It's truly delightful. Xu Zichen released all the pent-up emotions he'd suppressed for so long. Chapter 2493. His fight with Xu Zichen made Fang Chen realize his own shortcomings. He'd only defeated Xu Zichen because he'd broken through at the last minute. The Void Race's Tao of the Void is truly amazing, sighed Fang Chen. Of the current generation, it was easy to imagine how many youths could earn Fang Chen's praise in the Tao of time and space. Xu Zichen's foundation was solid, unlike Black Wind's. This indirectly reflected the Void Race's strength. After bidding farewell to Xu Zichen, Fang Chen's mood grew even heavier. He'd offended too many factions. Just the current era's great clans alone numbered 2. They were the Yarrow and the Dark Vampires. There was no need to mention the Yarrow. They were humanity's enemies to begin with. As for the Dark Vampires, they ranked 3rd. Not only had Fang Chen destroyed the 5th Wolf God's remains, but he'd also taken the Sword of Darkness. If he left the outside world, he'd definitely be hunted down by the Dark Vampires. The Dark Vampires were too terrifying. No matter how monstrous Fang Chen's potential was, he might not be their match. So, for the time being, Fang Chen's goal was to increase his strength. As Fang Chen watched Xu Zichen leave, his eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. In the shadows, the dark vampire's experts were already in position. Are you ready? Everything's ready. This time, we have to capture that kid. TMPH, a mere profound Qi realm cultivator dares to provoke us dark vampires? He's doomed to die. While Xu Zichen and Fang Chen were fighting, the dark vampires had already grasped their movements. As soon as Xu Zichen left, the dark vampires took action. Many profound light realm experts hid in the surroundings, waiting for their final chance. Fang Chen was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly and looked up into the sky. Dark vampires? A cold, murderous intent flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. The dark vampires were stubborn. They wanted to kill him at every turn. Kill. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. Then, countless kindred powerhouses swarmed over. Seeing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. His figure flashed and he hid in the void. There were too many of them, so they couldn't fight them head-on. Thinking of this, Fang Chen flicked his wrist and brandished the hidden star sword. The 12th move of the Azura sword skill, Sword World, was displayed. The wild power formed a space of sword energy that restricted a mystic light realm martial practitioner who was close to Fang Chen. Die! Fang Chen shouted loudly, and the star-hidden sword ruthlessly pierced into the chest of this person, and his body instantly exploded. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. Fang Chen had just dodged when a violent force attacked him. In the following time, Fang Chen constantly traveled through the void and hid in the void. He used a roundabout method to fight against the Dark Kindred. Form the formation. After a while, someone roared. The light of the formation suddenly flashed, and a wild aura of the formation spread out. A huge array enveloped Fang Chen's body. This is, Fang Chen frowned. He was shocked. As for the many powerhouses of the Blood Tribe, they took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Whoosh! A beam of black light shot out from the formation. It pierced through the void and almost pierced through the formation. In the end, it slammed into the formation. Rip! The formation shook, but it barely blocked the dark light. Kill! Fang Chen's eyes were sharp as he switched the hidden star sword to the Sword of Darkness. Since the Dark Kindred wanted to kill him, he didn't need to hold back. He wanted to use the Sword of Darkness to kill the Dark Kindred. Rumble. Deafening noises rang out incessantly. The Dark Kindred had activated the power of their bloodline and used a forbidden technique. They used the formation to restrain Fang Chen. The forbidden technique finally made Fang Chen feel threatened. Oh no! Fang Chen shouted. The attack of the Sword of Darkness was instantly defeated. His body flew out and smashed into the ground. Poochie! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was a little pale. Kid, the Dark Kindred is one of the 5 great clans. How can a mysterious star realm martial artist like you provoke us? TMPH, burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Kill him. Many voices entered Fang Chen's ears. He struggled to stand up. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. He looked around and opened his palm. The mysterious sky all appeared. Buzz. A violent force came roaring. This was the biggest crisis Fang Chen had encountered since he entered the Cave Kingdom Mountain. The Dark Kindred were aggressive and wanted to kill him at all costs. It would be difficult for him to escape unscathed with his strength alone. The Dark Kindred should have all gathered here, right? Fang Chen mumbled to himself. The ugly faces of the Dark Kindred were all imprinted in his eyes. Fang Chen grinned. His smile was full of mockery. Ha ha! Fang Chen laughed softly. Seeing that the Dark Kindred's mysterious light realm martial artists were approaching, he decisively activated the mysterious Sky Awl. The mysterious Sky Awl was the weapon that had followed Emperor Xu Xian for his entire life. It was very powerful. Whoosh! In an instant, the mysterious Sky Awl exploded with a blinding light that illuminated the entire land. What is this? The menacing Dark Kindred suddenly cried out loudly. His voice was filled with terror. They quickly retreated, but it was too late. Crack! The mysterious sky all had completely exploded. Even a mystic true realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. A mere mystic light realm martial artist was not even worth mentioning. The mysterious sky all instantly pierced through one of the Dark Kindred's elites. Then, it rushed into the crowd as if it was cutting tofu. Poochie. One by one, the Dark Kindred were killed by the mysterious sky all. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious sky all returned to Fang Chen's hand. The space was distorted and the dark storm attacked. On the ground, corpses were lying on the ground. Fang Chen opened his palm and the bloodline copper mirror appeared. He was absorbing the Dark Kindred's blood. Hiss, hiss. Drops of Dark Kindred's blood were absorbed into his body. Under the bloodline copper mirror's transformation, the Dark Kindred's blood quickly merged with his bloodline power. After a long time, Fang Chen's expression returned to normal. The bloodline power in his body erupted. The wolf god's blood changed again. There was a faint trace of Dark Kindred's aura. This was the process of the wolf god's blood transforming into the Dark Kindred. Dark Kindred. The Dark Kindred was one of the strongest kindred in the chaotic void. Fang Chen only obtained the wolf god's bloodline, and he felt extremely powerful. With the bloodline copper mirror, his wolf god's bloodline was very likely to become one of the strongest kindred. Whoosh! After a long while, the Dark Kindred's blood was completely absorbed. Fang Chen's expression returned to normal. He put away the mysterious sky all and stared at the many corpses lying on the ground. After this, in Dark Cave Mountain, except for the Son of Darkness, many martial artists of the Dark Kindred and the werewolf clan had fallen. And all of this was Fang Chen's masterpiece. Whoosh! Tearing the void, Fang Chen fled far away. He found a safe place to hide and recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after Fang Chen left, the demon clan people, led by Yarrow Yang, arrived at the battlefield. When they saw the desolate land and the corpses that littered the ground, their faces turned grave. Who did this? Yarrow Yang asked coldly. There are sharp wounds on their bodies. It seems to be caused by a very strong weapon, an elder of the demon clan analyzed. It shouldn't be Fang Chen. He is best at swordsmanship, and there are no sword wounds on their bodies, another elder of the demon clan said. Could it be that there are other forces in Dark Cave Mountain? The Void Clan, Thunder Punishment Clan, and Holy War Clan could all be ruled out. Who dared to attack the Blood Ancestor of Darkness? It was worth discussing. For a moment, the demon clan people fell into deep thought. After a long while, Yarrow Yang's eyes flashed. No matter what, the death of the Dark Kindred is a wake-up call for us. From now on, the demon clan can't be separated. Don't worry, young master. With the strength of the demon clan, as long as the Void Clan and Thunder Punishment Clan don't join forces, no force can pose a threat to us. Yarrow Yang nodded and said, find Fang Chen as soon as possible and seize the Demon Sealing Tower. As long as the Demon Sealing Tower was not obtained, Yarrow Yang's heart would be filled with worry. Fang Chen was hiding and recovering from his injuries. While Yarrow Yang was searching everywhere, a shocking piece of news came. The ultimate treasure of swordsmanship had appeared. At long last, the most attractive and powerful precious treasure of Immortal Cave Mountain had appeared. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2494. The reason why Immortal Cave Mountain had been so lively in recent decades was because of the legendary sword principal treasure. It was a treasure that could allow a profound god realm Venerable to advance to the legendary ancient god realm. Some people saw the sword Qi piercing through the sky like a rainbow. Some people also saw a shocking giant sword pressing down on Immortal Cave Mountain. When the sword appeared, heaven and earth were shocked. In short, for a time, the news about the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure was endless. Even the Son of Darkness, who had been hiding in the dark, began to move. His ultimate mission this time was to obtain the sword principal treasure. It didn't matter even if his body was destroyed. In a dark place, a few warriors in the profound Qi realm were exploring cautiously. Big brother, the sword principal treasure has appeared. Why are we here instead of fighting for it? One of them asked in confusion. Bang! The guy who was called Big Brother slapped the guy who asked the question on the head and glared at him. Many experts will fight for the appearance of a sword Dao treasure. Aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths with our strength? Big Brother is right. Instead of courting death, it's better to seize the time to improve our cultivation. They felt that Big Brother's words made sense and nodded. I heard that there seems to be an inheritance treasure in this dark place, Big Brother said mysteriously. If we can get it, we'll make a fortune. After saying that, Big Brother led them into the depths of the dark place. Let's split up and search. Big Brother turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, Big Brother appeared in front of a gloomy and terrifying cave. He cupped his fists and said, Lord Holy Sun, I've tricked them into coming here as you instructed. After a long time, a primordial spirit light ball floated out of the gloomy cave. You've done well. His voice was hoarse, but it contained a terrifying aura. He was the son of darkness whose body had been destroyed by Fang Chen. Then, Lord Holy Sun, the thing I said, Big Brother grinned and was very happy. However, before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the son of darkness. Whoosh! A dark ball of light instantly entered Big Brother's head. With a bang, the latter's head shattered. If it weren't for the fact that your body is not suitable for me, I would have possessed you long ago, the son of darkness said eerily. Then, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and approached those people. Hiding in the darkness, the son of darkness observed them. Finally, he decided on his target. Compared to the others, this blue-clothed man's potential is not bad, the son of darkness said. What's even more precious is that his physical body actually has a special physique. At this stage, the son of darkness had to find a physical body to store his primordial spirit in. After leaving Immortal Cave Mountain, he would change his physical body. His primordial spirit was severely injured, so he could only possess the body of a profound Qi realm martial artist. A few martial artists were investigating when the blue-robed man's figure suddenly swayed for a moment before he regained his composure. Poochie. The son of darkness grabbed one of the people's head and crushed it. What are you doing, Xiaolan? The others were dumbfounded and shouted loudly. Crack. Another person was killed by the son of darkness. Finally, the remaining people began to fight back. Why? Xiaolan, why are you doing this to me? The son of darkness sneered and said, I'm not Xiaolan at all. Unfortunately, they didn't know who had killed them even when they died. Crack. After attacking continuously, he killed all of them. Then, the blue-robed man's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed in the dense forest. This was a rare and peaceful mountain range in Immortal Cave Mountain. In this mountain range, there were no cries of monsters, nor were there any fierce and terrifying auras. There was only a peaceful aura. In the depths of the forest, towering trees spread out. Countless branches blocked the entrance of a cave. Fang Chen was recuperating. Poochie. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression eased a lot. The Blood Race's mystic light realm martial artists were determined to kill him. Fortunately, he had the mystic sky cone nail. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape. After all, the Blood Race was one of the 5 major races. He couldn't compare to them. Only in Immortal Cave Mountain, he could bully them. Son of Darkness. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. After this incident, he couldn't let the Son of Darkness go. Buzz. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, the inside of the tower suddenly trembled. With a thought, Fang Chen entered the spirit ceiling tower. Bai Qingqing stood up with a surprised expression on her face. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked. I was just cultivating when I suddenly felt a very strong energy fluctuation. Then, I saw this scene. At this moment, many demon beasts were crawling on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as if they were terrified. The 8-feathered sky sparrow walked to Fang Chen with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, Master, the demon tiger and beast's imprint seems to be awakening. Fang Chen approached the imprint and felt the demon aura rolling inside. All this time, Fang Chen had been raising the demon tiger and beast with powerful resources. Buzz. A fluctuation came from the imprint. You need the demon dragon fruit? Fang Chen looked at the imprint in surprise. Dong. The imprint rolled as if it was responding to Fang Chen's words. But I don't know where the demon dragon fruit is. Fang Chen shrugged. He had heard of the demon dragon fruit. It was useless to humans, but it was very useful to demons. But where could he find it now? Soon, a fluctuation came from the imprint again. You mean, in this cave? After communicating with the imprint, Fang Chen finally understood. The demon tiger and beast's imprint had sensed the aura of the demon dragon fruit, so it was shaking. If it wanted to recover quickly, it could only rely on the demon dragon fruit. Okay, wait for me. If the demon tiger and beast could fully recover, it would be a great thing. At that time, Fang Chen would have another great fighting force. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen left the demon ceiling tower and took the 8-feathered sky sparrow with him. You should be very familiar with the aura of the demon dragon fruit. Help me find it, Fang Chen said. One man and one demon quickly searched the cave. In the depths of the cave, on a fruit tree full of fruit, a thick python coiled around the branches. It spat out its tongue and its dark eyes emitted a cold murderous intent. Rip! The thick python seemed to have sensed that someone was approaching, and its body emitted a biting cold battle intent. There's a demon aura. The 8-feathered sky sparrow stopped and said. Could it be the demon beast guarding the demon dragon fruit? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Whoosh! Just as he spoke, the void suddenly tore apart and a thick python opened its bloody mouth and attacked the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Crack! The 8-feathered sky sparrow couldn't dodge in time and a large wound was bitten open on its head. Blood flowed out. Damn it! The 8-feathered sky sparrow held its head and felt some pain. At this time, Fang Chen saw clearly that the demon beast attacking him was actually a python. You're courting death. Fang Chen took a step forward and punched the python's neck. Dong! The python was forced to retreat. Fang Chen chased after it but was stopped by the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Master, be careful. This is a nether python. Boom! When Fang Chen chased after it, the python spat out a trace of green liquid and instantly sealed the entire space. Fortunately, Fang Chen dodged in time and didn't get contaminated. Hiss! The green liquid was very corrosive and directly corroded the void. Nether python? Fang Chen retreated to the side of the 8-feathered sky sparrow and asked. It's the nemesis of our clan. The 8-feathered sky sparrow smiled bitterly. The nether python feeds on our people and often fights with us. Fang Chen nodded. They have a special ability that specifically counters our clan. The 8-feathered sky sparrow continued, moreover, they never travel alone. In other words, where the nether python appeared, there must be many nether pythons. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face became serious. He was confident that he could deal with one nether python, but if it was a group, it was a different story. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2495. The nether python was guarding the monster dragon fruit tree. When it saw Fang Chen approaching, it attacked. Swoosh! The nether python spat out a green liquid from its mouth. The green liquid was not only corrosive but also poisonous. As Fang Chen retreated, he heard the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow's voice. The thick and solid nether python was coiled around the demonic dragon fruit tree. Its eyes were fixed on the 8-feathered heavenly sparrow. Just like what the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow had said, their tribe and the nether python tribe were mortal enemies. The nether python was born to feed on them and was the nemesis of their tribe. Hiss hiss hiss. The nether python spat out its tongue as if it was trying to intimidate the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow. When the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow saw this, it spread its wings and did not want to be outdone. It had evolved to the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow and was only one step away from making history and becoming the only 9-feathers heavenly sparrow in the past few hundred years. It needed an opportunity, and perhaps the nether python this time was the opportunity. Roar! A loud cry came out of the 8-feathered sky sparrow's mouth. Its aura was like a rainbow as it faced off against the dark hellish python. When the nether python saw this, it was furious. To it, the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow was just food for its tribe. How dare a mere food challenge it? This was a blatant humiliation. Rip! The nether python quickly moved away from the monster dragon fruit tree and charged towards the 8-feathers heavenly sparrow. It opened its mouth and spat out a thick green liquid. When the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow was about to be engulfed by the green liquid, Fang Chen stood in front of it. Hiss hiss hiss. The green liquid stained Fang Chen's body and quickly corroded his black, vibrantly golden armor. What a strong corrosive force! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He activated the flames in his body and started to burn the green liquid. After a while, the green liquid gradually disappeared. When the nether python saw this, it was furious with Fang Chen. Go and get the monster dragon fruit. I will deal with it. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to the 8 feathers heavenly sparrow and the latter nodded. Immediately after, Fang Chen took a step forward. With a whistling sound, he entangled the dark hellish python and threw out punch after punch. Bang! Fang Chen's fist was very powerful. It contained a biting cold sword chi as it ruthlessly smashed into the nether python's head. Crack! The nether python's head exploded, and it let out a miserable shriek. Fang Chen was too strong, and the nether python was no match for him. In just a few seconds, the nether python was subdued by Fang Chen. At this time, the 8-feathered sky sparrow also arrived in front of the demon dragon fruit tree. Wang! The suppressed dark hellish python let out a long roar toward the sky, unwilling to give up. After this powerful voice spread out, Fang Chen instantly felt that something was wrong. Countless hissing noises could be heard from the surrounding void. What happened? Fang Chen frowned as he suddenly realized that a swarm of nether pythons was closing in on him. Be careful! Fang Chen shouted. The 8-feathered sky sparrow also felt the danger. It grabbed the 2 demon dragon fruits and prepared to escape. Rumble! The flood of nether pythons instantly drowned the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He pulled out the hidden star sword and slashed at the nether python from before, killing it. Then, he took a step forward and charged into the swarm of nether pythons. Whoosh! The Azura sword ART's 12th move, Sword Realm, was displayed. A terrifying aura enveloped the swarm of nether pythons. The combination of the Sword Realm and Myriad Sword Realm temporarily hindered the nether python's movements. Fang Chen took the opportunity to drag the 8-feathered sky sparrow out and threw it into the demon ceiling tower. Kill! Fang Chen's sword chi was like a rainbow as he started his massacre. Of course, he did not really kill the nether pythons, only severely injuring them. Crash! Every time the hidden star sword heavily injured a nether python, it would be sucked into the demon ceiling tower. After a long while, not only did the nether pythons fail to get close to Fang Chen, many of them were sucked away. At this time, the remaining nether pythons finally realized the severity of their loss. They flicked their tongues as if they were communicating. Soon, they retreated like the tide. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the demonic dragon fruit tree and started to harvest the fruits. Soon, the demonic dragon fruit tree was completely harvested. There were a total of 32 demonic dragon fruits. With such a bountiful harvest, Fang Chen prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the main trunk of the demonic dragon fruit tree suddenly exploded, and an enormous python roared out from within. At the same time that the giant python appeared, the nether pythons that had retreated before once again surged forward like a tide. Nether Python King? Seeing this, Fang Chen quickly retreated. The nether python king's aura gave him a dangerous feeling. Human, return the demonic dragon fruits. The nether python king spoke in human language as it stared at Fang Chen. Impossible, Fang Chen refused. If that's the case, then you can die. The nether python king's cultivation was equivalent to a human mystic light realm cultivator. Pa! The nether python king swung its huge tail towards Fang Chen. The latter stomped his foot and leaped into the void. Damn it! Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He was thinking of a way to suck the nether python king into the demon ceiling tower. Bang! The nether python king's destructive power was too strong. Fang Chen didn't dare to face it head-on. Pa! While dodging, he was accidentally hit by the nether python king's tail. Fang Chen felt a burning sensation on his body. Luckily, he had the black vibration golden armor to protect him. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Master! The mysterious heaven cone nails artifact spirit spoke. Although the Nether Python King is in the mystic light realm, its intelligence is very low. What idea do you have? Fang Chen asked as he dodged. The Nether Python King cares about the demonic dragon fruit the most. You just have to disguise the demon sealing tower and open the door. The demonic dragon fruit will definitely attract the Nether Python King. Will that work? Fang Chen asked uncertainly. Of course. Without even thinking, Fang Chen leaped and fled far away. Then, he flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and burrowed into the ground. He secretly opened the demon sealing tower and disguised it as an underground cave. Then, he placed the 32 demonic dragon fruits at the entrance of the demon sealing tower. Buzz. The demonic dragon fruit's aura gradually spread out and instantly attracted the Nether Python King. Boom. The Nether Python King's tail fiercely slapped the wall, causing debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Fang Chen was long gone. The Nether Python King glanced in the direction Fang Chen had fled and spoke in human language. Damn human, you're lucky to have escaped fast enough. Its pitch-black eyes looked down into the ground. Demonic dragon fruit. The Nether Python King didn't even think and directly rushed into the underground. Do you think that I won't find the demonic dragon fruit if you hide it here? How naive. The Nether Python King sneered and quickly slithered to the demonic dragon fruit. Looking at the 30-odd demonic dragon fruits in front of it, the Nether Python King was very excited. Crunch! It put a demonic dragon fruit into its mouth. After eating these demonic dragon fruits, I can completely evolve. After saying that, it twisted its huge body and entered the underground cave. Dong. When its body was completely inside and it was feeling complacent, a sudden vibration came. Then, it found that the surrounding scene changed. A violent force suppressed it and made it unable to move. What's going on? The Nether Python King cried out. It had never encountered such a thing. What was this place? Why was it suppressed to such an extent? Rip. The void tore and Fang Chen walked out. It's you. Seeing this, the Nether Python King roared in anger. Idiot. Fang Chen punched the Nether Python King's head. The latter's head was instantly smashed into a big hole. Blood flowed out and it screamed in pain. This is my territory. How dare you challenge me? Fang Chen sneered. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 3 demon dragon fruits. In order to lure the Nether Python King, he had paid the price of a demon dragon fruit. You lied to me. The Nether Python King finally reacted, but it was too late. At this moment, the injured heavenly sparrow 8 feathers also appeared. Master, can you give me the bile of the Nether Python King? The 8 feathers sky sparrow asked. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. The 8-feathered sky sparrow was very excited. That's great. With the bile of the Nether Python King, I will definitely be able to complete my evolution. Originally, it was still a little worried, but seeing that the Nether Python King was trapped in the demon sealing tower, it was relieved. Damn it. The Nether Python King struggled desperately. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2496. The demon sealing tower itself was the bane of the monster clan. How could a mere Nether Python King escape? After subduing the Nether Python King, Fang Chen left the demon sealing tower and stored the remaining Nether Pythons into the tower. After doing all this, Fang Chen threw all the demon dragon fruits he had obtained to the demon tiger and beast's imprint. Rip. The demon tiger and beast's imprint instantly swallowed more than 30 demon dragon fruits. Then, a majestic power surrounded it as if it was recovering. At the same time, Fang Chen used the power of the demon sealing tower to kill the Nether Python King. He took out the bile and gave it to the 8-feathered sky sparrow. Thank you, Master. This time, I will definitely evolve into a 9-feathered sky sparrow. The 8-feathered sky sparrow thanked him excitedly. Then, it found a quiet place and began to evolve. The Nether Python King's body was eaten by the 3-eyed bear king. As for the remaining Nether Pythons, they were all trapped in the demon sealing tower. In fact, Fang Chen could have kept the Nether Python King, but he did not do so. In his opinion, cultivating the 8-feathered sky sparrow was better than cultivating the 9-feathered sky sparrow. If it could evolve into a 9-feathered sky sparrow, it could wipe out the entire tribe of nether pythons. Keeping these nether pythons was just to serve as food for the 8-feathered sky sparrow. In the monster clan, the food chain was intertwined. The nether pythons treated the sparrows as food, and conversely, the sparrows could treat the nether pythons as food. Dong. A series of hurried sounds came from the demon tiger and beast's imprint. Then, a vast power swept over. Fang Chen stared at the demon tiger and beast's imprint and could feel the energy fluctuations within it. "Do you need my help?" Fang Chen asked. The imprint shook as if it was communicating with Fang Chen. Boom. The power of the demon dragon fruit was completely released in the imprint. The violent medicinal effect constantly stimulated the growth of the imprint. In just a few minutes, the imprint had undergone earth-shattering changes. In the originally empty imprint, there was now a thumb-sized black dot. And this black dot was precisely the former body of the demon tiger and beast. The former king of the desolate wilderness demon race was recovering. Crack. The entire demon ceiling tower was filled with extremely rich energy. A few days later, the demon tiger and beast's imprint suddenly cracked. A ball of black light emerged from the mark. This ball of light quickly condensed in the void. A moment later, a tiger was formed. Demon tiger and beast. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, his eyes blazing. The eyes of the illusory demon tiger and beast changed. Finally, he nodded at Fang Chen and said, "Thank you, Master, for your grace of reincarnation." Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. When he first obtained the demon tiger and beast's imprint, he had repeatedly considered whether it was worth nurturing. In the end, he still chose to nurture them. Now, he could finally put down his worried heart. He had already formed a contract with the demon tiger and beast, and it had acknowledged him as its master. Although it was still very weak and could only exist in its illusory form, it was enough to make Fang Chen pleasantly surprised. "How much longer do you need to recover to your peak?" Fang Chen asked. "Recovering to my peak is too difficult. It requires a huge amount of resources and a huge opportunity," the illusory demon tiger and beast said. Fang Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. "Then what kind of power can you unleash now?" This was what Fang Chen was most concerned about. Among the demon beast army in the demon ceiling tower, the one he had the most hope for was the demon tiger and beast. Now, the demon tiger and beast had successfully recovered after swallowing a large amount of demon dragon fruits. He wondered what kind of power it had. After thinking for a moment, the demon tiger and beast said, "I'm currently in my illusory form, so my attack power won't be too strong. At most, it's equivalent to the human race's mysterious true realm." Mysterious true realm. Fang Chen was so happy that he was about to burst out laughing. Didn't this mean that from now on, he had a mysterious true realm fighter? If he met the blood race or the mysterious light realm of the demon race again, wouldn't he be able to kill them at will? As if it saw through Fang Chen's thoughts, the demon tiger and beast said, "Master, it's not what you think." Speaking up to here, the demon tiger and beast paused for a moment before continuing. "Although my strength is equivalent to the mysterious true realm, I can't attack without limit." "Oh, there's a limit." The demon tiger and beast nodded. "If I use my full strength once, I'll need to rest for at least a year." In other words, it could only attack once a year. Hearing this, Fang Chen lightly nodded. It seemed that the demon tiger and beast could only be his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it easily. Of course, with the demon tiger and beast, his life would have another layer of protection. At the very least, he would have the confidence to face an expert at the peak of the mysterious light realm. Thinking up to here, Fang Chen was still very happy. Just properly recover in the demon ceiling tower. "If there's anything you need, just tell me," Fang Chen said. The demon tiger and beast nodded, and its incorporeal body slowly dissipated. It turned into specks of light that gathered together and fell into a deep slumber. After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. Turning his head, he saw that the 8-feathered sky sparrow and the 3-eyed bear king were also in the process of evolving. It seemed like they would need some time. This feeling is too wonderful. Fang Chen grinned. In the dense forest, there were a few members of the demon race resting. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The members of the demon race cursed. They had been following Fang Chen in secret, but they had lost him after a short period of time. If we can't find Fang Chen, how are we going to answer to the young master? Whatever, let's rest here for a while. If we can't find him, we'll have to go back and report. Plus, the young master doesn't have time to deal with Fang Chen. His target is the Sword Dao treasure. Speaking of the Sword Dao treasure, the members of the demon race had a heated expression on their faces. With the appearance of the Sword Dao treasure, many experts will fight for it. Many people will die. Yeah, the experts hiding in the dark have all come out. Even the prodigies in the top 10 of the Xian ranking might not be able to protect themselves. Let's not join in the fun. Let's go. They cultivated for a while and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, they felt a strange aura. What aura? One of them frowned and said, "It seems to be the aura of the nether python. Let's go and take a look." These few people went around the towering tree and found a pitch-black cave. Then, they took a step forward and entered the cave. Nether python? That's the demon dragon fruit tree. The members of the demon race were very excited when they found the demon dragon fruit tree. Someone has been here. They picked all the demon dragon fruits. Yes, the nether python should be guarding the demon dragon fruit tree. Let's look around. Just as they were looking, Fang Chen appeared. "It's you." Seeing Fang Chen, they were stunned for a moment and then exclaimed, "Demon race?" Fang Chen frowned and felt the killing intent in their eyes. "Send a message to the young master." Swoosh. He slashed out with his sword and killed one of them. Following that, he slashed out a few more demon clansmen. Bang. Fang Chen didn't kill the last one but subdued him. "Who is your young master?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "Yao Yang." "It's him. Why is he chasing me?" "The demon sealing tower on you is too big of a threat to the demon race. Our young master wants to get rid of you and take back the demon sealing tower." "I see." Fang Chen smiled eerily and crushed the head of the last demon race member. From this demon race member, Fang Chen found out about the appearance of the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. Has it finally appeared? After being in Dark Cave Mountain for more than 10 years, he finally heard some clues about the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. Dao Seeking Mountain? There were many dangerous mountains in Dark Cave Mountain and Dao Seeking Mountain was one of them. It was rather famous. Someone had seen the Sword Dao Supreme Treasure appear in Dao Seeking Mountain. Countless martial artists flocked there. Yao Yang was currently on Dao Seeking Mountain. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price," Fang Chen said eerily. Moreover, now that he had the help of the demon tiger and beast, he could compete for the legendary Sword Dao Supreme Treasure. "Let's go to Dao Seeking Mountain." At the same time, the entire Dark Cave Mountain was in an uproar. Countless experts gathered at the foot of Dao Seeking Mountain and they all had the same goal. The Sword Dao Supreme Treasure was really on Dao Seeking Mountain. Everyone was shaken, and they all went crazy. However, at the same time that the greatest opportunity appeared, everyone also encountered the greatest crisis in history. Chapter 2497. The Dao Seeking Mountain was located at the center of the cave Dark Mountain and was surrounded by the ocean. A tremendous ocean surrounded the entire Dao Seeking Mountain, causing it to be impenetrable. The sky above the ocean was filled with an extremely dense killing aura. One needed to be extremely strong to cross the ocean and enter the Dao Seeking Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures flew over from the Dao Seeking Mountain one after another. They stood at the peak of the Dao Seeking Mountain and looked at each other with solemn expressions. After all, this was an inheritance treasure that could allow one to become an ancient god. It was something that all 5 major clans wanted. Once they obtained it, it meant that a new ancient god would be born. All the cultivators present had a powerful force behind them. Before they entered the cave Dark Mountain, they had received orders that they weren't allowed to obtain the sword treasure at all costs. Only Shu Zichen, Lei Pu, Yao Yang, the holy warriors, and the sky battler of the younger generation had arrived. As for the older generation, there were more mystic light realm experts from all the major forces. There were even some peak mystic light realm experts. After the treasure appeared, the cave Dark Mountain was separated into two spaces. Experts of the mystic true realm and above couldn't enter this space. This also gave everyone a chance. As far as the eye could see, the sea was vast and turbulent. Many weak cultivators wanted to cross the sea, but they died midway. Whoosh! A cultivator in the top 20 of the profound ranking leaped onto his saber and crossed the ocean. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Tempage, a mere ocean dares to stop me?" However, just as he finished speaking, a huge wave soared into the sky and swept him into it. "No." Then, his cry of agony sounded out. Whoosh! The waves calmed down, and a pool of blood appeared where the cultivator had just stood. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who still wanted to try their luck became even more afraid. They were terrified and kept retreating. They could only watch as the experts fought. "Sigh, the treasure has appeared in the Tao-seeking mountain. We're not fated to obtain it." That's right. In the vast ocean, there are many water monsters. Their strength is so strong that it makes us feel despair. Whatever, it's worth it to be able to witness the birth of the treasure. Many people decided to retreat. They didn't want to take the risk anymore. However, they had no idea that even if they withdrew, they would still be in danger. In the vast ocean, water monsters were gathering one after another. They were preparing to deal a fatal blow to the humans. "The heavens are helping me." The leading water monster was a peak mystic light realm water monster. It was so strong that it was hard to find a match in this space. It sneered in its heart, wanting to catch all of the humans in one fell swoop. The appearance of the supreme treasure at the Tao-seeking mountain was a great opportunity for them. They could not afford to miss it. 3 days later, the water monsters were assembled. "Let's go." The leader of the water monsters gave the order, and immediately, a dense group of water monsters rushed out from the sea. Crack! Outside the vast sea, the many cultivators who were looking at the Tao-seeking mountain in the distance were attacked by the water monsters. Everyone on the Tao-seeking mountain noticed this as well. "Not good, the water monster is attacking," someone shouted, but no one did anything. Because their goal was the Sword Tao Supreme Treasure, no one was willing to be distracted. Even if those weak martial artists died, what could they do? Poochie. One cultivator after another died under the attacks of the water monsters. In just half a breath's time, almost all the cultivators had died. Only a few of the stronger ones managed to escape. Charge! The leader of the water monsters glanced at the Tao-seeking mountain and gave the order. The water monsters charged toward the Tao-seeking mountain. At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators became serious. About 1,000 miles away from the ocean, a blue-clothed male felt fear in his heart. "Damn it!" The blue-clothed male cursed, "I was almost killed by those water monsters." Then, a helpless expression appeared on his face. The appearance of the water monsters had messed up his plan and made it so that he could not get close to the ocean. He was destined to not have the supreme sword treasure. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "I admit defeat this time. After I leave the Dark Cave Mountain safely, I will take back the Dark Sword." After saying that, the blue-clothed male's figure flashed and he prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a crack appeared in the air, and Fang Chen walked out. Seeing this, the blue-clothed male's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm. "What's happening in front? Why is there such a strong smell of blood?" Fang Chen asked. The blue-clothed male told him everything that had happened. After hearing this, Fang Chen frowned, then took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, the blue-clothed man's heart was filled with rage. "Fang Chen, I will not let you go." Fang Chen did not know that he had brushed past the Son of Darkness. When Fang Chen arrived in front of the vast ocean, it had already turned into a sea of blood. That is, densely packed water monsters surrounded the Tao-seeking mountain, confronting the humans. "Master, those are water monsters." The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said, "In the Dark Cave Mountain, the water monsters are unusually powerful. Their appearance here must be caused by the birth of the supreme treasure. Is there any way to cross the ocean and ascend the Tao-seeking mountain?" Fang Chen did not think that he could force his way up. The mysterious heaven cone nail pondered, then said, "Back then, I followed Master to the Tao-seeking mountain. There is a shortcut, but I don't know if it still exists." After saying that, the mysterious heaven cone nail's vessel spirit brought Fang Chen and dived into the vast ocean. After a while, they dived into the sea. What a strong pressure! Fang Chen could not help but say. The water pressure here squeezed the black vibration golden armor until it was deformed. "Let's go this way." The mysterious heaven cone nail led the way, and soon, they arrived in front of a black hole. Inside the black hole, an extremely rich power emerged, and it was very vast. "Go in," the spirit said. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, and the mysterious heaven cone nail continued, "Master, this black hole is a teleportation formation, and the other end is the Tao-seeking mountain." He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared into the black hole. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, he had already appeared on the Tao-seeking mountain. Raw. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Many mystic light realm martial artists were fighting with all their might. At this moment, they were unprecedentedly united. Even Yarrow Yang and the others of the Yarrow race had joined hands with the humans. "Kill them all, or we will all die here," Yarrow Yang roared. "These water monsters are using the environment here to fight above their level. If we don't kill them, no one will be able to get the sword treasure." Many people were roaring, including Shu Zichen and the others. They were also fighting with all their might. No one noticed that Fang Chen had already arrived at the Tao-seeking mountain silently. Whoosh! Fang Chen felt the ground sink as soon as he stepped onto the Tao-seeking mountain. Then, a rainbow of sword energy shot into the sky, and his body fell into the endless darkness. Treasure! The martial artists who were fighting against the water monsters opened their eyes wide and shouted excitedly. The moment the rainbow of sword energy appeared, the water monsters that swarmed over also retreated slightly. They also looked at the center of the Tao-seeking mountain in fear. However, after a short tremor, the Tao-seeking mountain returned to its original state. The sword treasure flashed and disappeared. While everyone was looking for it, the water monsters attacked again. Kill. Thus, the curtains of a vast battle were drawn. As for Fang Chen, he came to a dark place. What is this place? Underground. It was dark all around. Fang Chen only knew that he was brought here by the rainbow of sword energy. Could the sword treasure be here? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If that was really the case, then wouldn't his luck be too good? Whoosh! He opened his palm, and a flame lit up the underground. At this moment, Fang Chen realized that the place he was at was littered with broken swords. "Sword mound!" Fang Chen exclaimed. Every broken sword was stuck in the ground, giving off a feeling of scrap metal. However, Fang Chen could clearly sense that these broken swords contained a shocking amount of power. It was no exaggeration to say that every broken sword could cause a bloody storm in the outside world. This is the real sword mound. Fang Chen believed that behind every broken sword, there must be a moving story of a peerless sword cultivator. Chapter 2498. Inside the sword tomb, broken swords stood in great numbers. The sword energy was like a rainbow. Thinking that the treasure that appeared this time was a sword treasure, Fang Chen suspected that the treasure that the people of the outside world were fighting for was here. "Master, an ancient god powerhouse came here before," the mysterious heaven cone nail said. It was a native of Dark Cave Mountain, so it was more familiar with the situation here. "I'm not sure which ancient god it was, but I can feel the ancient god's aura," the mysterious heaven cone nail said in a deep voice. "Every broken sword has the ancient god's aura." It seems that the news back then was true. What news? Rumor has it that there was an ancient god powerhouse who cultivated in Tao-seeking Mountain. He was a powerful sword cultivator who pursued the peak of the sword path all his life. The people he killed were all ambitious and ruthless characters. Since he was weak, every time he killed an ambitious and ruthless opponent, he would take the opponent's sword. Over time, when he reached the peak of the sword path and became an ancient god, he felt the loneliness of the sword path. He lived in seclusion in Tao-seeking Mountain and placed all the swords he took here. That was the origin of the sword tomb. But why are they all broken swords? Fang Chen was puzzled. Because that ancient god expert believed that the masters of these swords had all been defeated by him, so he personally broke each of the swords. In the end, he used some heaven-defying method to gather heavenly Tao energy and nourish these broken swords. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nail said, "This sword tomb should be the source of the sword path treasure's emergence this time." Fang Chen's heart trembled. Every broken sword was tainted with the ancient god's aura. Moreover, they had been nurtured by the power of the heavenly path for countless years. He carelessly stroked a broken sword beside him. Suddenly, a violent force erupted from the broken sword and attacked Fang Chen's body. His body staggered a little. He took a few steps back and barely steadied himself. In his mind, a magnificent scene appeared. Two peerless swordsmen were fighting. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In the end, a hazy figure with a sword in hand looked down on the world. He defeated his opponent and took away his sword. "This is..." Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. He took a few steps forward and casually stroked another broken sword. Just like before, the same scene appeared in his mind. However, the battle this time was not as intense as the one he had seen before. Then, Fang Chen tested it again. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Those small and weak scenes should be the opponents that the ancient god expert defeated when he was young. His gaze was somewhat fearful as he looked at the broken swords in the center of the sword mound. His scalp went numb from fear. Those broken swords were at least left behind by a profound god realm expert, right? The stronger the owner of the broken sword, the more powerful the broken sword would be. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to have existed since ancient times appeared in Fang Chen's mind. "What is Sword Tao?" Fang Chen remained silent and looked around. "What is Sword Tao?" The voice echoed once again. Fang Chen still did not answer. Instead, he calmly looked around. "Mph, you can't even answer what Sword Tao is, yet you dare to step into this place?" This voice was clearly somewhat displeased. Fang Chen felt a berserk force pressing against his body. The countless broken swords in the sword mound swayed as if trying to expel him. "Everyone's Sword Tao is different. You ask me what Sword Tao is? How can I answer? How could my Sword Tao be the same as your Sword Tao? Your question is very idiotic." Fang Chen was somewhat speechless, his brain cramping as he bluntly replied. After saying this, he somewhat regretted it. This voice was very likely left behind by an ancient god expert. The dignity of an ancient god was not to be blasphemed. If his words angered an ancient god, he would undoubtedly die. However, the force pressing against him suddenly stopped, and the sword mound returned to its calm state. The air was heavy and the silence was frightening. After a long while, laughter could be heard. "Everyone's Sword Tao is different. Ha ha ha, well said." The voice said with a smile. "Little fellow, you're rather interesting." The illusory voice sounded again. "In the past, many Sword Tao geniuses came to me and I asked them the same question. Their answers were all different, but no one was as bold as you." At this point, the illusory voice changed the topic and said coldly, "Mph, what are they? They're just a bunch of inexperienced Sword Tao beginners. What qualifications do they have to comment on Sword Tao? What qualifications do they have to represent Sword Tao? What qualifications do they have to talk about Sword Tao in front of me? What's laughable is that everyone is full of confidence in their Sword Tao, but they ignore the most fundamental thing." The illusory voice said coldly. Fang Chen froze for a moment. If he were to say the Sword Tao in his heart, wouldn't he be like those people before him? "Every sword cultivator who answered incorrectly was killed by me." Ancient god experts were temperamental, and Fang Chen had experienced it firsthand. They only answered one question, and you killed them. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of fear. Fortunately, he had been impulsive and said what he wanted to say. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "But you're different. Your understanding of Sword Tao is many times stronger than those people. Although you're still very weak now, I think you're a true sword cultivator." The illusory voice praised Fang Chen. Fang Chen stood in the sword tomb, motionless and listening seriously. I've roamed the chaotic void and have never been defeated. Although I stand at the peak of Sword Tao, I feel lonely and lonely. Every once in a while, I'll release a trace of the aura of the inheritance treasures I left behind to attract some geniuses to come here and choose. Unfortunately, no one can satisfy me. Fang Chen curled his lips. The once in a while you're talking about is tens of billions of years in the eyes of the outside world. However, what was this little bit of time to an ancient god expert? It was just a snap of a finger. I deliberately left those water monsters outside the Tao-seeking mountain to obstruct you, the illusory voice said. The more people they kill, the easier it will be for them to be free. The thinking of an ancient god was really different from that of an ordinary person. Using the Sword Tao treasure as bait to lure many warriors here, and then using the water monsters to block them, only those who could survive were qualified to enter the Sword Tomb. I've always thought that one can't blindly cultivate the Tao. Isn't it the same in Dark Cave Mountain? If you don't use your brain and think that you can crush everything with your strength, you'll regret it in the end. Intelligence is the biggest barrier that determines the growth of a human warrior, the illusory voice continued. If you climb the Tao-seeking mountain directly, you'll definitely be attacked by the water monsters. However, very few people have thought of diving into the sea to find other ways. Fang Chen was surprised, but he did not say anything. Are you willing to inherit my treasure and bring glory to the way of the sword? Suddenly, the illusory voice said. Fang Chen was stunned. He was chosen just like that. Wasn't this too easy? On the Tao-seeking mountain, many warriors fought hard to kill the enemy, but he easily obtained the approval of an ancient god powerhouse. As if seeing Fang Chen's doubts, the illusory voice continued, I see a tenacious Sword Tao heart in you. The ancient gods were not ordinary people. They could see through your past at a glance. Fang Chen started from an insignificant grassroots and relied on his own efforts to reach where he was today. Indeed, he had the same growth trajectory as the ancient gods, and his Sword Tao philosophy was similar. If you want to go further on the Sword Tao, everything else is fleeting. Only a tenacious Sword Tao heart is the foundation, the illusory voice said. He had also seen the Sword Tao heart in others. However, none of them were as firm as Fang Chen's. They were all wavering. For them, as long as they could improve their strength and dominate the chaotic void, they could even change to other martial Tao. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had transmigrated from Earth because of a giant golden sword. At that time, a label was branded on his body, a sword cultivator. He was a pure sword cultivator. Treasures are given to those who are fated. If not, everything is just empty talk. The illusory voice sighed. The many warriors outside the Tao-seeking mountain are destined to have no fate with my treasure. No matter how they fight, it will be in vain in the end. Chapter 2499. Swoosh. Just as Fang Chen came to a sudden realization, a golden sword light suddenly pierced through the dark void, as if coming from the end of time. Rip. The space was distorted, and a giant golden sword appeared in front of him. This huge golden sword contained a majestic power. There were some complicated runes flowing on the sword's body. Quaint and shocking were the synonyms of this giant golden sword. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. In a trance, he seemed to resonate with this giant golden sword. The monstrous sword chi in his body swarmed out and finally all penetrated into the giant golden sword. This sword is called the illusory sword. The illusory voice came again and explained to Fang Chen. In the heart of every sword cultivator, there is a sword that belongs to them, a sword that is unique. The illusory sword in front of you is based on the true portrayal of your heart. It is not a real weapon, but a kind of sword principle obsession. After hearing the explanation of the illusory voice, Fang Chen understood. The illusory sword contains many sword principle comprehensions, each of which is unique. Find your own sword principle comprehension and integrate it with the illusory sword to reach the pinnacle of sword principle. Illusory sword. Fang Chen's palm gently touched the giant golden sword. The sword in front of him was based on the true portrayal of his heart. In fact, all these years, he had always remembered the giant golden sword that made his life a success. Therefore, the illusory sword evolved into a giant golden sword and reappeared in front of him. After his palm touched the giant golden sword, the violent aura of sword principle seemed to be endless, engulfing his body and bringing him into the sea of sword principle. Sword principle. Fang Chen's heart resonated. This was the true sword principle. Was the sword principle comprehension of an ancient god so powerful? Do you feel it? The illusory voice came again. Fang Chen felt a vibration in his body, and the aura of sword principle filled his body. He nodded heavily. This was the first time he felt that sword principle was so wonderful. It was as if the sword Tao he had come into contact with in his previous cultivation was not the real sword Tao at all. The shock that the illusory sword gave him was simply too great. He couldn't wake up for a long time. Whoosh! The illusory voice said, "The illusory sword has a spirit, and it is willing to recognize you as its master. One day, when your understanding of the sword Tao is high enough to fuse with the illusory sword at will, that will be when you step into the ancient god level. A supreme sword treasure that could allow a profound god venerate to reach the level of an ancient god was probably referring to this." Everyone thought that the sword Tao treasure was a divine weapon. However, no one knew that it didn't exist at all. It was only an illusion. Voila! The illusory sword turned into a ball of sword qi and burrowed into Fang Chen's mind, finally residing in his nascent spirit. Wang. The illusory sword that hovered in his essence soul constantly emitted the aura of sword Tao. These sword Tao auras were of great help to Fang Chen. So strong. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. With the help of this illusory sword, his understanding of the sword Tao could rapidly improve. This was the true understanding of the sword Tao. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. The illusory voice sighed and said, "You are not qualified to thank me now. Say that when you step into the ancient god level." Rumble. A deafening sound came from within the sword tomb. Fang Chen could vaguely feel that the illusory voice was quietly sighing. "The mark I left is about to dissipate. It is fate that I was able to find you before that." The illusory voice was already extremely weak, as if it would collapse at any time. "Voila! I will give this sword tomb to you. I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, the illusory voice fell silent. No matter what Fang Chen said, it didn't respond to him. The great pressure that the sword tomb had brought to him also disappeared instantly. Fang Chen found that he could control the sword tomb at will. Keep. With a thought, he tried to put the sword tomb into the Sumeru ring and actually succeeded. This. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the sword tomb in the Sumeru ring. Let's give it a try. He wanted to try and see if he could use those broken swords. The result made him a little helpless. Only a small portion of the broken swords could be controlled by him. The rest of the broken swords couldn't be controlled. It seems that the owner of those broken swords must have been very strong when he was alive. The closer the broken swords were to the center of the sword tomb, the stronger the pressure they emitted, making it harder for Fang Chen to get close. That's right. When I completely integrate with the illusory sword, I will probably be able to control the sword tomb at will. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen felt relieved. Looking at the illusory sword in his primordial spirit, Fang Chen felt as if he had cultivated for millions of years in just a few minutes. The accumulation of sword Tao had surpassed the past. For the first time, he felt that the Azura sword Tao was so transparent. The 12th move of the Azura sword art, Sword Realm, saw through the essence at a glance and repaired some of the previous flaws. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Fang Chen's mood gradually calmed down. He couldn't imagine that the sword Tao treasure that everyone was fighting for would be so easily obtained by him. If the outside world knew about this, wouldn't they besiege him? Is there any place I can leave? Fang Chen asked. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you planning to leave just like that? The artifact spirit asked. Fang Chen was stunned. This is the place where an ancient god powerhouse died. It is tainted with the aura of an ancient god. It is simply a paradise for sword cultivators. You don't want to cultivate here? The artifact spirit was a little speechless at Fang Chen. I see. After the artifact spirit's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. In that case, I will cultivate here for a while. With that, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend the illusory sword in his mind. On the Tao-seeking mountain. Dong. A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the Tao-seeking mountain. The intense battle stopped abruptly, and the flood of water monsters quickly retreated. This scene surprised many of the human race cultivators who were fighting a bloody battle. What's going on? Xu Zichen and the others opened their eyes wide as they looked at the sky in disbelief. At this moment, the sky was clear, and an illusory voice sounded out like an explosion. Disperse. This voice seemed to be talking to itself, but it also seemed to be talking to the cultivators. So strong. When this voice entered their ears, some of the weaker cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood. They couldn't withstand the powerful pressure of this voice. The eyes of the mystic light realm cultivators at the very front flashed as they became wary. Is that the voice of an ancient god? Disperse. What does this mean? Has the inheritance already been obtained by someone else? Impossible. We were all fighting against the water monsters. Who could have obtained the treasure? Many people couldn't believe it and yelled. Boom. A beam of swordlight struck the Tao-seeking mountain, creating a deep ravine. Disperse. It was still the same voice. However, this voice contained a biting cold killing intent. No one doubted that if the owner of this voice wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Let's go. Some of the major races retreated. Some of the independent cultivators were unwilling to give up and continued to search. Crack. Swordlight flashed in the sky, and some of the independent cultivators were instantly killed. All of the cultivators instantly retreated from the Tao-seeking mountain. On this day, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Tao-seeking mountain. The sword Tao treasure that they had gone crazy for had been obtained by someone else before they had even seen it. Who is it that obtained the sword Tao treasure? The Void race, the Blood race, the Lightning Punishment race, the Yarrow race, and the Holy War race are all here. It can't be them. The Zhong family was destroyed long ago. It can't be them either. I haven't seen anyone from the Xiu family in the Azure Net plane. Could they have obtained it in secret? Many people were analyzing the situation. Only the major races were unwilling to give up. It can't be the Xiu family. An elder of the Void race said in a low voice. Then who could it be? Asked Xu Zichen. The Xiu family doesn't have that kind of ability, continued the elder of the Void race. Chapter 2500. The elder of the Thunder Punishment clan nodded. It must be one of the 5 great clans. I think it's very likely to be the Dark Blood clan. Dark Blood clan? The Son of Darkness had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. No matter what, Immortal Cave Mountain is a holy land for cultivation. It wasn't easy to get here. We can't miss this opportunity. A few days later, some weaker martial artists had already returned. Of course, the stronger cultivators chose to cultivate in Immortal Cave Mountain. Outside Immortal Cave Mountain, in the rippling lake. Rip. Suddenly, a figure shot out from Immortal Cave Mountain. Someone came out. The elders of the Dark Blood clan had just arrived when they noticed the anomaly in Immortal Cave Mountain. Who is it? Rip. When they saw the blue-clothed man, they reached out and grabbed him. Who are you? Elders, it's me. The blue-clothed man hurriedly said. I'm the Son of Darkness, said the Son of Darkness. You. The elders checked and found that it was indeed the Son of Darkness. They were even more confused. How did you become like this? Where are the others? What about the Supreme Sword treasure? A series of questions came from the other elders. The Son of Darkness's face darkened. My physical body was destroyed by a rogue cultivator. What? The elders of the Dark Blood clan were shocked. They looked at the Son of Darkness solemnly. What happened? After the Son of Darkness recounted everything that had happened in the Immortal Cave Mountain to the various elders, the elders were stunned. They were furious, and their faces were filled with madness. That damned guy, how dare he attack the Dark Blood clan? This is unforgivable. We must kill him. The Supreme Sword treasure belongs to the Dark Blood clan. The elders roared angrily. In the following days, people walked out of Immortal Cave Mountain every day. The elders of the 5 great clans were waiting here for their clansmen to return. Some rogue cultivators were extremely excited to be able to walk out of Immortal Cave Mountain. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Shuzichen and the others came out one after another. Whoosh! Shuzichen's figure flashed, turning into a beam of light. Like a rock, his speed was extremely fast. At the back, the tall Lei Pu curled his lips and said, "This guy's speed has increased again." Tian battler and jihadists also left Dark Cave Mountain one after another. Soon, the news that someone else had obtained the sword principal treasure spread like wildfire. Many people were guessing who had obtained it. Even the 5 great clans stopped every martial artist who came out of Dark Cave Mountain and carefully inspected them. However, he did not find any sword Dao treasure. Within Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chen spent 3 years cultivating in the Dao-seeking mountain. Part of the illusory sword had been digested, and Fang Chen took this opportunity to upgrade the Azura sword skill to the 15th move. He had comprehended 3 moves in a row, and their might had surpassed the sword realm. Especially the 15th move, once it was executed, its might was unparalleled. Even mystic light realm cultivators wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. During this time, the recovery of the demon tiger and beast also sped up. Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Calculating the time, it had been less than 20 years since he had entered Dark Cave Mountain. In such a short time, Fang Chen had gone from the mystic heaven realm to the mystic star realm. His combat power was close to the mystic light realm. If he used all his abilities, even mystic light realm cultivators would be able to handle him. Currently, his Azura sword skill had reached the peak, but he had temporarily reached a bottleneck. The Azura sword skill had become his signature move. Apart from that, his myriad sword body had also reached the peak of the 8th grade. With just his physical strength, he could kill a mystic star realm cultivator with one punch. How terrifying was that? As for his external strength, it was shocking. Apart from the illusory demon tiger and beast, there were many mystic star realm beasts within the demon ceiling tower. Once the beast army came out, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the mystic light realm. Because of the illusory sword, his weapon-controlling Dao had also reached the 3rd level. With just a thought, he could control all the weapons within 1,000 miles. Of course, if it was a mystic true realm cultivator, they would only be able to interfere with it, but they wouldn't be able to control it completely. This was Fang Chen's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Otherwise, if others knew that he had the weapon-controlling Dao, he would become the target of everyone. After all, the weapon-controlling Dao was too powerful, and the shadow of the martial soldier sovereign still existed. Those who were suppressed by the martial soldier sovereign wouldn't allow a second martial soldier sovereign to appear. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Fang Chen came out of the ground. Standing on the Dao-seeking mountain and looking down at the vast land, he felt small. Where are the others? Seeing the sorry state of the Dao-seeking mountain, Fang Chen knew that this was caused by the battle between the humans and the aquatic monsters. But where did they go? Could they have been defeated by the aquatic monsters? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen couldn't think of anything, so he took a step forward and arrived above the ocean. Rip! The waves formed into a long sword, and Fang Chen stepped on it and flew forward. Soon, he arrived on land. Roar! A double-horned rhinoceros appeared in the distance, and when it saw Fang Chen, it roared into the sky. Let's try the Shura sword technique. This double-horned rhinoceros was at the limit of the mystic star realm. Fang Chen used the 12th move of the Shura sword technique, Sword Realm. Poochie. The majestic sword light pierced the double-horned rhinoceros body, but it only made a bloody hole. The double-horned rhinoceros is known for its defense, but the sword realm only made a bloody hole. Fang Chen curled his lips. If the outside world knew that a sword could break the double-horned rhinoceros defense, it would definitely cause an uproar. Again. Then, Fang Chen used the 13th move of the Shura sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent sword chi whistled, and no matter how the double-horned rhinoceros tried to block it, it was useless. The sword light pierced through the double-horned rhinoceros fat body, and the latter let out an unwilling roar before falling to the ground. The power of the 13th move is at the limit of the mystic star realm. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The power of this move was enough to sweep through the mystic star realm. As for the 14th and 15th moves, they were used to deal with mystic light realm cultivators. Thinking up to here, Fang Chen's eyes burned with passion. Once upon a time, mystic light realm cultivators were high above. But now, he had the power to challenge them. He was already halfway to the mystic god realm, and the ancient god realm wasn't far away. Continue to work hard. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and continued walking on the ground. It was impossible for him to save his wife, the star and moon, from the sky pillar ancestral family with his strength. Borrowing power. This phrase appeared in Fang Chen's mind. But apart from the 5 major families, the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven, and the Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven, who else could he borrow power from? Only these major families could make the Sky Pillar ancestral family submit. There's no need to think about the 5 major families. There's no way I can borrow power from them. The Li family of the Divine Sword Heaven has Li Ruochu. Only the Xiu family of the Azure Luo Heaven can succeed. Fang Chen muttered to himself. But how difficult would it be to get these major families to support him? Anyway, with Venerable Hei Kai as a bridge, he could try his best. Walking aimlessly in the dark cave mountain, he encountered many demon beasts, but none of them could withstand the power of his sword. This allowed Fang Chen to be out of danger. A few days later, he came to a strange place. Hey! After stepping into this area, Fang Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. Let's go. The mysterious Heaven Cone Nails weapon spirit suddenly shouted. At the same time, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming aura coming toward him. Oh no! He cursed and hurriedly activated the space-time collapse technique to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Fang Chen escaped from this strange place. The powerful pressure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart and looked into the distance. Just a moment ago, he had seen numerous mountain peaks, but now, they were all empty, with nothing in sight. Was it an illusion? Master, the dark cave mountain is very dangerous. Don't go in recklessly. The weapon spirit said, that strange place just now is very dangerous. Even a venerable of the profound god realm would not dare to enter it. Hearing the weapon spirit's words, Fang Chen was even more shocked. The danger of the dark cave mountain was far from what he imagined. Chapter 2501. Do you know this place? Fang Chen tried his best to calm the panic in his heart and asked. If he had escaped just a little slower, he would have died 10,000 times over. It was too powerful. Even in the sword tomb of the Tao-seeking mountain, he did not feel such an aura of death. At that moment, Fang Chen felt that death was so close to him. I'm not sure, but I remember that the old master once entered a place by mistake and lost an arm in just a breath. He never found out who the enemy was or how his arm was lost, the artifact spirit said in shock. Regrowing a severed arm was a simple matter for the old master. However, after that experience, the old master's methods seemed to have changed, the artifact spirit continued, because the old master's severed arm was tainted with a trace of a special aura. After the severed arm was regrown, his strength reached the heavens. When he was in the profound god realm, he could break the defense of an ancient god with a single punch. How is that possible? Fang Chen exclaimed. He did not expect Great Emperor Xu Xian to have such a strange experience. According to the old master himself, the place he set foot in should be related to the ancient gods, the artifact spirit said. Moreover, the old master also said that the real danger of Dark Cave Mountain is actually these strange places. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Fang Chen felt that he was too lucky. He actually escaped from such a strange place by mistake. Recalling the dangerous scene just now, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. His figure flashed and left this place. It seems that Dark Cave Mountain is not what we see on the surface. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The current him was still unable to explore those supreme secrets. When he became an ancient god or profound god realm supremacy, he would come in to explore. At that time, he would have the preliminary qualifications to explore these secrets. Just like that, Fang Chen walked for more than half a month. Wherever he passed, there was no one except for demonic beasts. Fang Chen guessed that everyone should have left Dark Cave Mountain. Since I've already obtained a sword Dao treasure and my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, there's no point in continuing to stay here. Fang Chen said softly, let's leave first. When he left, Fang Chen paid some attention. He knew that outside Dark Cave Mountain, there would definitely be many powerhouses from various great forces waiting for him. The supreme sword treasure was worth it for them to do so. Therefore, he did not leave from the front. After obtaining the inheritance of the illusory sword, a simplified map of Dark Cave Mountain appeared in Fang Chen's mind. One of them was clearly marked as a shortcut to leave Immortal Cave Mountain. Let's leave from here. Fang Chen made his decision. The Immortal Cave Mountain was located in the north of the primal chaos void. Its entrance, the rippling wave lake, was located in the south of the Immortal Cave Mountain. The place Fang Chen chose this time happened to be the back of Dongming Mountain, which was its north. A few days later, Fang Chen successfully arrived at the shortcut. He did encounter many beasts along the way, but those below the mystic light realm couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Occasionally, he would encounter a mystic light realm beast, and after exchanging blows with it, it would quickly flee. This is the place. Fang Chen arrived at the top of a mountain. There was a black altar here. A teleportation array? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen soon discovered that this was a one-way teleportation array. This meant that he could only leave from Dark Cave Mountain, and the outside world couldn't enter. After stepping onto the black altar and injecting his power into it, he suddenly felt dizzy. In the next instant, there was a flash of white light, and Fang Chen disappeared from Dark Cave Mountain. One day, I will come back. A thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. To the north of Dark Cave Mountain was the Kungsu Forbidden Ground. The Kungsu Forbidden Ground was extremely large, and the three great families ruled it. Because the Kungsu Forbidden Ground was far away from the primal chaos void, almost no experts were willing to come here. To put it simply, this place was actually equivalent to a barbarian land. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly appeared above the rippling wave lake in the north of Dark Cave Mountain. According to the map, this should be the Kungsu Forbidden Ground. Fang Chen looked around and found that no one was waiting for him, so he quickly left this place. After a while, Fang Chen left the rippling wave lake and appeared on land. Now, Fang Chen wanted to save his wife, Star and Moon, and he needed to borrow the power of the Shou family in Azure Net Heaven. Therefore, he had to go to Azure Net Heaven. The Kungsu Forbidden Ground is extremely far away from Azure Net Heaven. Even an abstruse god realm supremacy would need a few decades to get there. Fang Chen curled his lips. With his current strength, the journey to the Azure Convocation Plane was far too long. It would take at least a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Moreover, the journey was very long, and he might encounter some dangers. Sky Crossing Array. Fang Chen thought of this. This brilliant void extreme ground is at least stronger than a low-level heaven domain like the Void Star Heaven. There must be a heaven crossing formation. Fang Chen said, let's see if there is a heaven crossing formation in the brilliant void extreme ground. On a vast piece of land, a group of ferocious-looking men were chasing after an old man. Upon closer look, there was a 7 or 8-year-old child in the old man's arms. Grandpa. The old man was seriously injured because he was protecting the child. Blood flowed out of the wound. Seeing this, the child cried and made a noise. Kang you go first. The old man knew that he couldn't escape today, so he only wanted to stall for time and let the child go first. Boom. The old man used a forbidden technique to force the pursuers back, and then threw the child away. Kang go quickly. Grandpa, I won't go. I want to go with you. The child called Kang said while weeping. Kang, could it be that you want to watch your grandfather die without doing anything? Go back to the family and get reinforcements to save Grandpa. Hearing the old man's words, the child finally began to run for his life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The child ran for his life, wiping the tears on his face at the same time. Bang! After running for a long time, the child accidentally bumped into something heavy and his body was sent flying. The child endured the pain, stood up, and continued to run. Can you tell me where this is? Fang Chen's voice entered the child's ears. I have to go back and get reinforcements to save my grandpa. I don't have time to answer you. I'm sorry. The child politely refused and ran away in a panic. Fang Chen felt that this child was very interesting. He took a step forward and came in front of him. Don't stop me. I have to save my grandpa. The child took a detour and was stopped by Fang Chen again. Tell me the details of this place. I can save your grandpa, Fang Chen said. Huh? The child stopped when he heard this. He stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes and said, Can you really save my grandfather? Plop. As he spoke, the child knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, hoping that Fang Chen could save his grandpa. Who is chasing your grandpa? Fang Chen asked. The people of the Bai family are chasing my grandpa. They are all Mystic Heaven Realm martial artists and are very strong. Grandpa is no match for them at all, the child said anxiously. Take me there. On an empty land, an old man was covered in blood and was being besieged by some people. Old man, not only you have to die, but also that bastard has to die, the leader sneered. Kang-er. The old man's heart was bleak. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from afar. Grandpa. The old man turned his head and saw Kang-er. Why did you come back? The old man's face was ashen and he gave up resisting. Huh? Where's fifth brother and the others? Seeing this, the leader frowned and said. You mean the people chasing him? Fang Chen suddenly said, I seem to have killed them. Before they came here, they did encounter a few people chasing after Kang-er, but Fang Chen took care of them. Grandpa, I found a helper. This big brother is very powerful. He killed the bad guy with a single finger, Kang-er said. Hearing this, the old man became even more confused. Brat, you want to stop our Bai clan? The leader threatened. I just want to save this old man, Fang Chen said calmly. Looks like you're determined to go against my Bai clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the 100 clans attacked together. Young hero, be careful. The old man called out worriedly. Fang Chen gently shook his head. Then, she flicked her finger. Poochie. Every ray of light shot out would pierce through the body of one of them. After a few flicks of the fingers, only the leader of the Bai clan remained. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of my clan's revenge for wantonly killing members of my Bai clan? For the latest novel updates, please visit